Hello, everybody. I hope everyone's having a fantastic New Year's Eve. I am excited. I don't do a ton of fanfare personally for the new year. I prefer quiet introspection. But whatever you're gonna celebrate, if you've got big plans. I've seen all the memes about yeah, my living room is hopping this year. We overpour our drinks. We can wear no dress code. But yeah, no matter how you're celebrating, I'm excited. I'm excited for 2022, even though that still just feels like it's not a real number. But whatever. That's life. That's the ever changing passage of time. That's what that is. So I am getting set up. Today I want to actually do a project. Getting into the sewing and everything. But I'm also going to warm up a little bit. And I got some Lego for Christmas, so I'm going to build that. And it's Hoth themed, so even though Christmas is past and we're moving into the new year, it is still winter, so it is thematically appropriate. So that's my, well, that's reason enough, honestly. That is reason enough. So let's get to it. This is, I was looking for a date. That's where my brain went out on that one. I was going to say this is from the Series 8 Microfighters. So it's the cute little, it's Luke Skywalker on a chibi Tauntaun and an AT-AT driver on a chibi AT-AT. So we're going to build this. I've got my PDF instructions here for extra funsies. Sorry. Thought I saw a dog out, but I've got the dog. I have the Delta. She's under my chair right now. If you've never met Delta, Delta is my puppers, and she likes to hang out in here because it's warm. And I don't blame her. I also like to hang out in here because it is warm. So we're gonna rip into this just gloriously. I thought about bringing out a nice tray to separate these all into, and then, didn't. So, oh well. What's cute about these ones is there's a set of instructions for each micro build, which is adorable. So if you have a friend or a sibling, you can be like, okay, dibs on bag 1, dibs on bag 2. I'm going to be a little out of order. I'm going to build Tauntaun first. Again, are we doing just nerd things, or are we actually is this a psychoanalysis? And what does it say that I'm skipping to my favorite part? Oh well. Alright, so let's bring this up. Step 1, we get to Luke Skywalker. He's here to rescue you. He's got grumpy face and excited face, so that's I'm gonna put him on grumpy face. It's cold. He is a grown-up. Let's take a hot second to separate these. There's his pants. I really like the Rebel helmet on this. I had still have the Kenner, the 12. Actually, I think they're 12-inch. The Barbie. How tall is Barbie? Yeah, she's 12 inches. I have the Kenner dolls that are the large-scale, dressable, posable Barbie-type dolls of the Tauntauns, both Han and Luke. And they've always been, one of my favorite parts of my Star Wars collection. Just mostly, I like the scale, and I like that they had all the, that's one of the fun things about, nerdery, is kind of getting in and deciding, what you like to collect and what brings your little happy little nerd heart joy. And for me, it's when I can see the details. So I like the 1/6 scale figures. I like the 12-inch figures just because it gives an opportunity for a lot of fun detail. And also just for me, it puts a nice size limit. You can only fit so many of these. So you can only collect so many of these. But that said, then of course on the other end of that spectrum, when things are in a tiny miniature scale, the micro machines and stuff, those are fun just to see what details they could put in at that scale. So it's fun. That's where Lego has a fun range. You've probably, if you've been on this channel for a little bit of time, heard my rant on why Lego will always be something I absolutely support, but it's not my absolute favorite for scale, just because the minifig isn't a proper scale to the accessories, whereas say Playmobil, as far as the children's toy realm goes. That said, they are still able to put quite a lot of little details in, and so I definitely appreciate all the effort they go through. And I love Lego here. This is a good honest critique, is not a attack. It's more just good honest critique. Anyway, I'm just sorting these out. But yeah, like that's the one thing about Lego it's like, oh man, it could have been perfect. It's just that the minifig isn't a proper like scale to all the accessories and everything. It has a certain charm, and the minifig will always be like my favorite graphic design wise. In comparison to say like the mini doll or even like the Playmobil figure, there's something so delightfully iconic about the Lego minifig that will always be like king to me. But it isn't as true to, 1-to-1 scale. I guess not 1-to-1, that's mathematically incorrect, but to the accessories. So, and I get it. Lego is paramount on safety, and they can't make, Lego spoons that would fit in your airways and all that kind of thing. So I respect it. Again, it's a good, honest critique and not an attack. So I am just kind of sorting out pieces, mostly just so I can see them at this point. I'm not too fussy. It's more just like gray pile, not pile. And then if I notice that there's an overwhelming amount of one particular piece, I'll break them down into a sub pile. But I'm not like, I don't need to get I love watching people actually meticulously sort out their pieces, and I'm just kind of like, man, I can see I'm good enough. This is, like I said, a little more than I even normally sort, and I think that's just because I want to talk, and this gives me something to do with my hands. So that's good. That's good. Oh, those are going to be the little Tauntaun toes. I love at this stage to get into the pieces and really see it and be like, I know why they're using this piece. It's because they're going to it's going to be the little Tauntaun feet. I'm going to zoom in for y'all a little bit more. I have the ability to do so. So there we go. A little bit better. A little less of my camera there to the side as well. All right, let's build Luke Skywalker. Let's get them together. I've already skipped a step, but it's okay. I'm familiar with this Rebel helmet. I always love these where it's like, it's a little hard to see on the screen, but it's like, you put together the blaster, but don't shoot people in the eye. It's like, that's just good advice. All right, so that has the little blaster piece, which goes like this. These are really cool. This was kind of a fun advancement in like Lego blaster technology, was when they had throw it on the floor. I'll be right back. When they had the ability to actually like fire a tiny one stud projectile, that was fun. Makes for some fun sets. And there we go. There we go. Okay, so there's his Rebel blaster and his snow helmet. And now the part, oops, goodness, getting away from me. The part I've been waiting for. The actual Tauntaun. Okay, Luke, you can stand right there, buddy, okay? Right there. All right, starting with a 3x3 flat plate, moving to a 1x4. These little guys are always fun. The little 1x1 stud with the peeky outy bits. I like that every Lego piece actually has a name. Obviously when they're like, hey, a 1x1 this or a 2x2 that, it's easy. But everyone has a name and a number, which just, I don't know, feels delightful. Like, obviously it's from a practical standpoint, like, you can't just be like, it was the gray one with the bits. But I like to pretend, or I like to imagine, that they're all given names because the Lego company is delightful and genuinely cares. Plus, there's like the whole community that would make sure they had a name. So, I don't know. Lego fans are very wholesome. I love them a lot. It's a good community. So, just gonna keep putting this together. I am really excited, just to kind of see how things go, not only with this Lego build, but this is my brain just talking a little bit, in the new year. Just in the past couple months of joining Twitch, things have been going really well. Last year, so 2021, started my YouTube channel and started my Twitch channel, and it's one of those where, like, realistically speaking, they're going quite well. I'm proud of the progress. Like, any progress is progress. And I'm very proud of myself for the behind the scenes work and just the, like, effort that goes in. And then really about, like, the community and the networking and just, like, definitely big, the real treasure were the friendships we made along the way kind of vibes. Because I have been very, very fortunate to find some amazing communities here on Twitch and just, meeting people in Discord and all sorts of stuff. It's been a real, real treat. And I'd love for that to continue, because it's really, like, it's easy to measure all of this as far as, like, numbers and everything go. But I did that wrong. I need to pay attention. But more importantly to me has been just the community. Like, you guys are so much more than just numbers. And, like, I don't know, I really, really grateful for, like I said, the community. So, very happy about that. It's hard not to get, like, into the numbers. And, of course, the numbers can be really fun and motivating. Like, it's hard not to talk about the numbers here on Twitch or even on YouTube. Especially when they are such an important metric. And, like, you know, I have a sub goal going on. And so, of course, like, that's important. But really, it's definitely more about the genuine connection and less about the numbers. The numbers just help us get, you know, measure how much fun we're having, right? There we go. But I know I've, you know, just been chatting to different people in different Discords and stuff that I've met here, and it's really fun to have these goals that are measurable, and, you know, have fun with it. Like, for example, I'm gonna toss one out in the chat here because I'm really excited about this. We are 2 subs away from meeting our Yoda's Challenge goal, which, if you have not joined us for a Star Wars Saturday, maybe I can entice you. Currently on Catherine's Unapologetic Nerd Hour, aka Star Wars Saturday, we are playing through KOTOR, the 2003 video game, the fantastic Dark Side Light Side game, which is pretty much space D&D, and I am absolutely loving it. I played it in middle school, very, you know, like, I played through the whole thing, but we've talked a lot about just different nerd trauma and how things have changed and how it's important to, like, reclaim and stand up for things. So I'm replaying KOTOR to kind of retake it back for my middle school self. I'm missing a piece, so I'm focusing for a hot second. So that's what we do on Saturdays. But in addition, well, I'm totally missing a piece. All right. Brain. In addition to, like, playing games that are just important and, like, deeply, you know, like, deeply personally important, there's a lot of Star Wars games out there that are just delightfully fun, and one of them is the 1999 Yoda's Challenge, like, Activity Center, like, edutainment game that I have my original copy of, and with my tech support here, aka my brother, we've built a retro machine to play 95-98 games, and I'd love to stream said Yoda's Challenge. And so I did need to pick up a piece of equipment in order to make, I feel like I'm crossing, like, time streams. So it's like, in order to bring the 90s to now. And so I set a little sub goal just because, you know, that's kind of the fun in this, is, like, we can help each other, and, you know, like, I need to make sure that, like, I'm responsible in the things that I want to do. And so, like, kind of putting the power in your guys' hands is really cool to me. And together we're working towards something that I think we're all genuinely interested in. And so we're 2 subscribers away from said goal. And if in a perfect world, and this is in no way to, like, beg for subscribers, I want this to be organic, but just, like, in a perfect world, Star Wars Saturday's tomorrow. So if we can get 2 subs today, we can play Yoda's Challenge tomorrow on New Year's Day and ring in the new year with some vintage, which kind of hurts because I was, like, 8. Vintage 1999 graphics fun. So if that's something you're interested in, that is one of the things I do on the channel. Like I said, today we're kind of easing into the makers and crafting of it all, and I'm putting together a Lego set. So right now I'm missing a piece, which I don't really know what to do about because I sorted everything. I feel like this is the world's worst game of, like, I Spy. And, like, this, again, is not an attack on Lego. They know what they're doing. I'm just worried that I don't. Let me check my bags really quick. The first place to go when you're missing a piece. Nope. Bag's empty. And I only dropped one thing on the floor, and that was the blaster. So, you know what we'll do? This is luckily one of those pieces that clips right onto the front. So if I do find the piece, when I do find the piece, let's be optimistic. When I find the piece, I can just add it back. So, it's this cute little saddle. And it's very, very cute. And I'm sad that it's missing. It's just this little chest front piece. Oh well. We will carry on. Luckily, it's one of those pieces that I know somewhere in the Lego bin I have. So, not too much of a specialty piece to where I couldn't, you know, pull something from the Lego bin. fuss. It can always show up. That's life. You just kind of gotta move on. And things will work out. Things have to work out. Like, even if they don't work out as originally planned. You know, adapt, overcome, make it work. Fake it till you make it, if nothing else. Oh, look at his little tail. Oh, the little tail. That is so sweet. That's his little Tauntaun tail. I've always loved the Tauntauns. They're just, one, like, as a big animation geek, like, to see really cool stop motion utilized is always a treat. Always a delightful treat. And then to just have frozen space kangaroos with neat goat horns. I have a definite weakness for anything vaguely goat. Oops, hello. I know how to use an iPad. There we go. I raise goats. I love goats. So it's just one of those where it's like, that is one of my weaknesses because they are cute. And so, yes, to have the kind of goat space kangaroo goodness that is the Tauntaun. Plus the noises they made, like, it's funny, for someone with a lot of sound auditory issues, I do appreciate good sound design. I just get overwhelmed. I gotta sneeze. Feel confident I can unmute. I just didn't want to startle anyone with a sneeze, so excuse me for that. I can appreciate good sound design, even though, like, sometimes I get very overwhelmed by a lot of noise. And so, like, creature noises are always really cool. And I can definitely get with those. Like, I was playing Unpacking last night, the cute little indie game. It's by Witchbeam, and that had fantastic sound design. So, like, definitely A+ to that. Every little dish, you know, clink and just cup rattle and the little baby toys that rattle. It was a very, very well done. So that was a treat. But yes, creature noises, especially like sci-fi creature noises. There's so much cool work that goes into that. And I was the little, like, I don't know, 12-year-old geek that wanted to be a Foley artist, and so it's always fun just to get behind the scenes and learn about how they made all the different noises and how they really bring a universe to life. Oh, they've got cute little eyes. Okay, these are not centered, the little pupil in the eyeball, so I'm going to make sure mine is not. You know, if he's a little derpy, it happens. Happens to the best of us. And a little cheek fuzz. Oh, it's very, very cute. Very cute. There we go. And I just skipped through because I knew it was coming. Okay, so we've got these delightful little horns. Again, this is the part that I'm just an absolute sucker for, are the little goat horns. There we go. So sweet. So very cute. And then we get to put the little reins on them. Oops. And that is why Lego gives you extra pieces. There we go. Look at that. Okay. And then the reins come to the back. Plug them in here. That was a cute, creative use of the open hold single stud. Did I put that on which way? That's kind of how they're having it faced. Yeah, just want to make sure I'm putting it in the correct way. So now we get to put his little head on. Oh, so cute. It's a Tauntaun. Alright, let's build those legs out. One leg, build that little chunky bipedal goat leg. Okay, one of these. Are we gonna have to build this? It's gonna be mirrored. Okay, we'll follow the instructions, Catherine. That's all we can do. One step at a time. There we go. Talk about great sound design. Just that click of the Lego. They put out that whole album of, like, Lego, like, white noise when they came out with the like adult sets, all the, like, flowers and everything. It just both cracks me up and it's brilliant at the same time, because just that sound, that delightful sound of, like, Lego being spilled and placed everywhere. It's just it's good stuff. It's really good stuff. Okay, gotta put that plate. Little stumpy leg. It's so cute. And then we've got this piece, which is kind of the little L-shaped, but with the little corner missing, and then we round it out so we get that flank. Like that's a delightful flank. And we're gonna do it again. Especially like on the miniature scale here, where like you can tell the master builder who developed this was just having fun. Like it didn't have to be perfectly screen accurate. It's more about the essence of it. I think that's where Lego really shines. Again, it kind of gets us away from that scale territory and just gets us into the creative essence of it. And that's, I think, my favorite sets. So, hey, how's it going, Incrabbit? Yes, I was just talking about the delightful kind of soundtrack that came with the art sets. I wasn't sure exactly what the classification was. I was calling them adult, but I knew that wasn't quite right. So, thank you, Lee. And that's something that's been really fun too, is watching like the expert level sets and the like art sets, kind of the like, this has 3,000 pieces, and it's a experiment in process art as much as it is just an adventure in building Lego, and I can get behind that. That's some good stuff. I'm still totally missing that one piece. I'll have to raid the Lego bin. Maybe it'll show up. Oh, you can hold the lightsaber just fully extended. Like that's good for safety. Just attach a laser beam to your Tauntaun. That's cool. All right. So with that, Luke Skywalker is here to rescue us. Look at how cute that is. So this is just, one of those examples of just Lego using its pieces in a very creative way, having fun with kind of a chibi, scale, just having a blast, and I can appreciate that. So Inkrabbit saying in chat, it's still weird for him sometimes to be like, what do you mean I don't take this apart again? Like with the expert sets, because, like, I'm gonna make some crinkle noises. Like, that's the hard thing. Like, I guess people even do this with puzzles. Like, do you build your puzzle over and over again? Or are you the kind of person that glues and frames your puzzles? Because those are both totally valid. Like, we definitely have some puzzles that we do for the experience and the process. And others, it's like, I am not touching those pieces again. We're doing this once and we are framing this. And I feel like that's kind of the same, mentality with like the expert level Lego sets, where they're just, meant to be their own thing. Like, just absolutely meant to be an experience. They are an art piece, But yeah, it is still weird because it's like, that's what's great about Lego is, like, fundamentally all the pieces are the same. If it's the $5 set, if it's a $500 set, they're the same pieces. And so, like, it's simultaneously, like, humbling and, like, the most incredible thing in the world, because it's, like, that piece, like, there's nothing about each individual piece that makes the big set special. It is just the, the creativity behind it and the master builder behind it, and then your experience behind it. And so, yeah, like, you could take them all apart. But, yeah, it would be weird for me, too, like, buy, I don't know, the Lego Millennium Falcon, and then just be like, yeah, no, it's just pieces. Just pieces. That is true, though. Inkrabbit says in chat, but we both know if a little Sprout needed a specific piece, he would wrecking ball his Daily Bugle set. It's true, because you don't get in the way of the building, Like, I think that's what's fun, too, is, sorry, just double checking some things, is, like, because it is Lego, it's not like it's broken, which does remind me of a funny story. Like, I had a college roommate that didn't have Lego, like, at all. Growing up, they were unfamiliar, and, like, I get it, everyone comes from different places, and I'm not saying this to, like, shame them or anything. It was just sweet, and we end of the story, it all gets really wholesome. But I had a Lego set out on the coffee table in our shared apartment there at university, and they and their partner, they bumped the coffee table, and the Lego set fell off and it broke. And so I came home and they were really apologetic. They're like, hey, I am so sorry. Like, your toy was out, your model was out, and I bumped it and it fell apart. Let me know if I can replace it. Let me know if, like, and genuine remorse. And it took me a real hot second to figure out what they were talking about, because, like, I didn't have a model out, I didn't have a statue. I'm like, oh, you mean the Lego? And so, like, we put it back together again, and it was like, I'm sad that they had that panic, because, like, oh my goodness, I'm an anxious person. I would not want to panic if I thought I had broken something. I would be an anxious mess as well. But I'm glad it turned really wholesome, because then we got to play Lego together, and that was, like, their genuine first experience with Lego, and I'm like, I got to show you this. Sorry for the anxiety, but also yay for the yay for Lego. So they did not break it. There we go. I can't tell how awful that crinkle is on the mic, so I apologize if it's terrible. You know, I also thought I might not actually totally be missing a piece. It could be in bag 1. I did build these out of order, so I'm just taking a quick peek. I'm hoping. I'm missing, where is it? It's on his booty here. One of the angled curves where it's the stair step underneath and then an angled curve. Like, you can't tell, and it's fine. We'll just display him this way, and ta-da, no problem, right? Alright, so we're going to do a quick sort. Again, nothing too, I don't want to say time consuming, because it's good things take time, good effort takes time, but more just, especially if I've got the same piece in 2 different colors, I'm going to make sure that I make a pile, because I don't want to grab the wrong one. That was something I always had an issue with, is just the contrast. And I, to the best of my knowledge, have all of my color vision. But there's something always about the, is it a dark gray piece? Is it a light gray piece in Lego that I kind of always struggled with. So I'm excited to see the app. I don't know if anyone's built, I've got the PDFs open right now, and that's one thing. But with the Lego Mario sets, is where I've noticed it especially. They have full app instructions, and you can rotate the piece, you can click in, you can zoom in, you can count the studs, especially when you're doing a set that has a lot of plate pieces. Sorry, I gotta focus for 2 seconds, gotta switch to the other one. It can be really hard to be okay, is that a 2x10, is that a 2x12? And so I really like that it feels more genuinely accessible to have these pieces on the app. So yay for Lego. They're genuinely always trying to improve things, whether it be eco-friendliness or accessibility. So yay for them. I should have made a prediction on the channel, can Catherine build a Lego set without getting distracted and talking about how much she loves the Lego company? You guys all would have bet. No, she has to talk about how much she loves the Lego company. I am not affiliated with or sponsored by the Lego company at all. I could be, but it's more just genuinely through it's as nerdy as it sounds, genuinely through college papers and then just fan appreciation. And we live close enough to where we've been to Legoland, and it's a good company. And I think honestly, just as a creative who has a passion projects, just watching the company and seeing what they've done and how they've fought so desperately for the things they want to keep in, and then they've tried to take on too much, and it almost, it almost took them under. They're a really good, both, I love them for what they do, and I'm mad respect, but also, a good, learn along with me, learn from me, cautionary tale, just, you can't do too much. You've got to, figure out your limits. And so just, I don't know, I really like the Lego company as a whole, and everything that they've stand for, everything that they tried to do, even when they failed, there's still so much to learn from them and how they bounce back. And they're just such an integral part of geek culture and pop culture, and I respect them. So yeah, if you were betting people, you would have definitely put on the no, Catherine cannot talk about Lego at all in any capacity without raving about the Lego company. So whoops, it's okay. I have fandoms. I'm part of the Lego fandom. We love Lego. Ink Rabbit says in chat, speaking of which, after lunch we're building Chain Chomp. Hooray! Little Sprout has amassed a collection of the Lego Mario set, which is the cool little Bluetooth Mario that hops on all the barcodes, and it's fun. I talked about that a little bit in my post Christmas stream, but it's a fun set. It reminds me that Lego does know what they're doing, and they know how kids play, and sometimes you got to get out of your own adult headspace to remember what kids need and what kids' brains need, and it's different from adult brains. And so I had almost kind of dismissed the Lego Mario stuff from an adult point of view. I'm like, he just scans the barcodes, how much fun can it really be? But no, it is fun. It's got a lot of replayability, which, as a parent, just knowing that it's fun to play over and over again makes you feel better about decisions you made, for kids' toys. It's not just one and done. And it's Lego. Like I said, they did some really fun things with scale. That has a delightful scale with it, with like Mario and the side characters like Toadette and Toad and all the villains. They did a really, really good job. So I will be the first person to admit I was wrong, and the set is way cooler than I gave it credit for. So, cool. But yes, she has been working on her collection. It was really sweet. Santa gave her the starter set, and then family members gave her a lot of the expansions, and we got a big family. So a very, very lucky little girl. Got quite a bit of Lego this Christmas, and so they're still putting it together. Hello, wind, shaking my bus. Goodness. It's very windy today, so if all of a sudden I'm rocking like a boat on the ocean, it's just because it's windy. But yeah, anyway, it's been really cool to see her get a lot of fun out of the building, which she's just kind of come to the perfect age for, and then also just like the genuine play. So it's good stuff. Very, very good stuff. All right, I think I've got my pieces, like I said, just sorted enough that if there's like a whole pile of something, then it's good. And yeah, that's good enough. We got some flats, we got some... I keep saying it's good enough and then continue to fuss with it. There. It's good. And yes, thank you. There are pictures on the Discord. If you're not part of our Discord, jump on in. We talk about nerdery. We do mark our spoilers, so if you've got fun fandoms you want to geek about, know that it is a safe place both as a nerd and just a safe place for humans of all types. So come on in and have some nerd fun with us. Right now we're going to build a miniature chibi AT-AT, which is also delightful. Like, again, this, as I said when I was building the Tauntaun, this is really just Lego having fun with... It's not an AT-AT. It's an AT-AT. Agree to disagree on that one, good sir. I don't mind how one pronounces things, but I prefer AT-AT to AT-AT. Just feels slightly less grating, and it's an acronym. So, but again, like if that's the biggest disagreement we can have, then we are in a good place. All right, so so what I was saying about these is I love that they're not worried about being true to scale. They're really just using, it almost is like pixel art in the way where it's like delightfully simple, and so they have to use the most out of each piece. Like, how can you suggest the entire flank of a Tauntaun in 4 plates? So these are the kind of sets that I really enjoy. One, just realistically and just consumer speaking, it's a lot easier to collect these smaller sets because there just is a lot of Star Wars Lego. It's too much for me to collect. I tried at one point, like, little Catherine had goals of being a Star Wars museum. I really wanted to, like, collect as much as I could, so I don't know, so that like Lucas Senpai would notice me. I'm not sure, but I'm being kind and like honoring my past self, and just being like responsible. I can only collect so much. I've got to specialize. So like I know now that I can't have it all. Just even if I was a Scrooge McDuck level billionaire, like there's just too much for me to collect. I'd get overwhelmed, and I want to have fun with it. And so having these smaller sets where I get the characters that I want, and I get that delightful feeling out of the Lego, like I said, that fun playing with scale, that fun, just, you can tell, like I just keep using the word fun, but you can tell that the Master Builder had fun making it. There's delight in this, the creativity of these little flappy bits for the arms and the little pieces for the toes, like that shows passion, that shows just like genuine geekery. And I think if nothing else, I've really learned and love to focus on appreciating when someone's geeking, like they had to know a lot and put a lot into that. And to me now, that's just more important than collecting it all or just needing to know it all. It's just having that appreciation for geekery. In chat, I think I have the Dewback and the Escape Pod too. I do. Dewbacks are just awesome. There's something about Star Wars creatures that just I love. And those and the droids. There we go, brain. Oh, but yes, again, of these small scale where you get the minifig, which is always a bonus. I feel like the minifig, again, for me, as a graphic designer, as an artist, there's something just purely iconic about the Lego minifig. And so having a set like this where it's like, it's the best of everything. You get the minifig, you get the accessory, and you get the fun, and I don't have to worry about affording both the space for and the money and the everything of the giant set. Like, that's not to knock the giant sets. I have my I have my weaknesses. I have some really cool sets, but yeah, it's just fun, just fun. And then I get this little treat, just like little Lego snack, where I can just casually build for the fun of it. So it's good stuff. It's really good stuff. And again, that's not me saying that like I wouldn't relish the opportunity to build big sets. I definitely, like I said, like my big sets. I have the big Yoda that came out. Goodness, I don't even want to math how many years ago. I know they just redid him, and he's okay. I like when they redid the big like statue ones. They made him more modernized, like kind of like CG Yoda. And I have the Lego set where he's like puppet Yoda. And again, it's just an aesthetic difference. Like, there's no wrong, there's no right. You collect who you want to do and have your favorite characters. Like, this is definitely not any judgment. This is just, this is just personal preference. And mostly just comes down to me being a giant nerd on both the Star Wars front and the, like, aesthetic front. So, in chat, Ink Rabbit says, it would be fun to have the giant AT-AT and a bunch of these little small ones. Little Sprout would totally play mommies and babies. Yeah, she would. And it would be adorable. It would be adorable. And I, not that I like need the excuse. That big AT-AT that, has it come out yet? Did it come out? I try to keep up with it, but there's so much to keep up with. Like, I'm not even caught up on like Book of Boba Fett yet. Like, there's a lot of Star Wars, and that's very, very exciting. And then what did I do while all of this new Star Wars is coming out? I'm like, let's play stuff that came out like 2 decades ago. Let's just start way back in history and take the long way. We're taking the scenic route. Is it out? Okay. Like, it's cool. But then it also kind of gets into that territory of, am I getting it to build it and display it? Do I have the space to properly, like, put it on the pedestal it so deserves? You know what I mean? Like, that's why, like, the Cantina was cool, the Millennium Falcon was cool, but I'm like, if I'm not going to build that into a coffee table, where am I going to put it? Where do I put it? Especially, like, right now, I am crashing with my folks. I don't have a house at the moment, and, like, zero shame in that game. It's just where I am. Like, where am I supposed to put a Lego set of that scale, magnitude, majesty? You know what I mean? Like, so. Hey, did we just make our sub goal? We did. To whomever is the anonymous gifter. Like, thank you so very much. You know what that means? That means we're playing Yoda's Challenge tomorrow. We are ringing in 2022 like it is 1999, and we're going to learn our shapes and colors and musical patterns with Jedi Master Yoda himself. We're going to play Star Wars Yoda's Challenge. I'm geeking. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much. I totally respect the anonymity, but I also want you to know that whomever you are, it is deeply appreciated. So thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Like, high fives and big hugs. Oh, I'm geeking. I was already geeking, and now I'm like, feeling the love. Thank you so much. Cool. Well, let's keep building an AT-AT and, like, use this cool energy to move us forward. Like, this goes back to that community thing. Like, just thank you so much. Thank you. Where was I? I was geeking. That's where I was. All right, going back in chat, because I saw a lot of cool flashy things and got very distracted, as I should, because that was exciting news. And Grabbit says, I love the huge sets, but I'm focusing on Marvel Lego. Yeah, even specializing, like, like even just Marvel, like, that narrows it down. They came out with that huge Daily Bugle set, which was beautiful. And, what's cool about the, like, big franchise ones, like Star Wars and Marvel, is they do a very, very good job of having, like, small, affordable sets. And then they ramp it up because they know that there's going to be, like, adult collectors that have, like, grown-up money. And I respect that. I totally respect that. Like, they can keep it simple enough that there's fun actual, I don't want to say, like, play sets, but there's definitely those different categories where you can tell this one, like, with, Okay, so I don't know if y'all remember when the Lego Studio sets came out, but that was the Spielberg tie-in. That, like, if I had to pick one era of Lego, that's where my heart absolutely lives. But like the sets did things. The whole point was that you could like blow up a building, and it was built in facade pieces that would, like, when you pressed a lever, they'd all topple, and it really was an action set. Like, there's definitely the like display sets, there's definitely the like pure facade with like moving pieces out front, and then there's like the action sets where like things fire out of places, the building falls apart. And so, like, especially for kids, the ones that do things, and I think that's where kind of the Lego Mario really hits really well, is in sets that do things with gears. And like there's a set, and of course I don't have it in front of me, so I don't know which numbers or which sets, but there's one of them where it has, I think it's Toad's Village, where it's got all the like Toad and Toadette, but there are Cheeps, the little Mario fish that are on a spinning wheel, and so as you like jump with Mario, you can like hit the Cheeps, and so like they spin, and it just, there's a lot of like kinetic movement in there that's just delightful, honestly, which you don't get or need in a like collector's display set. And so it's interesting to see the different categories. And like I said, that's what's fun about having like different classifications. And I don't want to break it down by age, because it's not about age. It's more about just, you know, what sets are small and playable, what sets are medium, and then what sets are really truly just for display. Even though, again, don't let anybody make your own rules. This is just kind of my like mental classification, just to be like, okay, is this a play or a display set? But you know, it kind of like Ink Rabbit said earlier, like, you know, we would bulldoze the biggest set if our kiddo needed pieces to build something, to like let her master builder out. So it's all just the same blocks, which is super cool. Thank you, 71368 Toad's Treasure Hunt. Thank you for that. I didn't, in no like, oh, I expected you to do that kind of way, but in the like, I knew you'd geek and I know you'd want to geek, so thank you for looking that up. I do appreciate that. But yeah, no, there's some fun, you know, there's some fun movement in the Mario sets, which was delightful. I think that's what's cool too, is that like in any, I don't want to say like in any fandom, you can kind of get to the point where you kind of expect or know what to expect. And so like say a company like Lego, if they continuously put out good quality content, you're like, this is delicious, I love this good quality content. And so when they try something outside of that box, it's like, oh, this is different. Is it going to be good different, or is it going to be meh different? And yeah, like I will always, probably forever, talk about how delightfully surprised I was with the Lego Mario sets. I'm looking for pieces. And just, yeah, they definitely kind of changed some preconceived, like, I definitely went into it. I definitely had my my judgments, and I'm glad that they not only surpassed those expectations, but really just made something absolutely delightful. Like, not that it's Lego's job to impress me, just a statement. Did I use the wrong color piece somewhere? I think I did. Alright, revoke my master builder card. Give me 2 seconds. I think I used a gray where I should have used a khaki, and now I have a khaki left, which is gonna show. And I need to see what I did wrong. Which is why Catherine can't geek and craft/build at the same time, or game. And I have a big brain, but it is a distractible one. You know, I think I know where I used that piece. And I thought about it too, yep. I remember putting that one in and going, I think that was supposed to be khaki, but I was talking. And that's the thing too, like, not to say like I'm, you know, not an anxious mess all the time, but I think that's one of the things that like streaming has really, really changed for me, is just the realization that you're going to make mistakes and everyone's going to see it. And it's terrifying. You know, I think too, that definitely comes from like unpacking some like nerd girl trauma, where like if you didn't come in and know every single thing, it was very easy for you to be gatekept and not allowed in the room. And now I'm like, you know what? I don't need to be Google. I don't need to be the entirety of the internet and carry around all the information. If I make a mistake or I don't know a fact, I'll look it up. Like, I still know enough to know where to go. I'm not an encyclopedia. It's cool. So, I don't know. It's just one of those things where it's like learning to give myself that peace where things happen. And look, hey, we fixed it. Nothing was like, so beyond repair. But I get that it can be really, it's like I still get flustered and I still get to the point where I'm like, oh, I made a stupid mistake. Nope. We carry on. Because guess what? Life is a series of stupid mistakes strung together with brilliant opportunities and good intentions, and it happens. So I'm trying to give myself grace. I'm definitely, especially moving into the new year too, like being kinder to myself. I'm realizing that I am only human, and it's just one Lego piece. But I also know my past self would have been upset about that. So honor where you've come from, and give yourself grace as you make improvements, big or small. So it's my Lego PSA. In chat, Griff, hey, how's it going? Says, can he crawl into the Tauntaun? If not, I have to give this set an 8 out of 10. No, what a delightful intro. Like, come in with the Tauntaun and then we can have pleasantries. No, he cannot crawl into the Tauntaun. I'm a little bummed. That would be funny, but that gets me in. Here's like Catherine gets distracted about Lego again. The minifig, while a beautiful, beautiful graphic design piece of human anthropomorphism into a cool playable figure, they've never been able to truly sit. Like, you can't, okay, so like Lego minifig, their legs and their hips can fit in a 2x2, right? But their shoulders cannot. And so you cannot build like a 2x2 column for them to fit into, because if you could, I guess that would kind of look like he was pooping them out. There's space. There's the physical space for the minifig to fit in there, except for their shoulders. Yeah. So it probably would have been too chunky. I wonder if they tried, because that goes back to my whole, like, you can tell these sets are fun because of the way that they are. Isn't that neat? You can tell that these sets, somebody had fun, and that's where the passion and the excitement comes in. Ink Rabbit says in chat, speaking of which, you had a blast with that shark that was able to eat a minifig. I did. Okay, so y'all remember the original Lego shark. He was about, like a minifig and a half long. Simple draw mechanism. Very cool. Well, they came out with a bigger shark. A bigger shark. And they made it to where the mouth cavity could actually eat, like, down the gullet, and one whole minifigure. And, yeah, I'm not even going to pretend that I didn't spend probably 3 hours geeking out over that fact, and then, like, immediately making a stop motion, like, thing about it, because it was fun. Legos are for bringing joy. All it means is Lego minifigures just skip leg day, right? Oh, yeah. It could fit a minifig legs. Are we talking about the original shark or the full shark? I thought the full shark could eat the... Regardless, a minifigure fit in the maw of that larger shark, and it was good enough for me. Good enough for me. Yes. I love things that bring joy to people. I'm also getting distracted. Okay, these go on the bottom. There's the cockpit. Oh, the OG shark. Okay, I wasn't questioning my entire shark joy, but you made me for a second. Yes, the original shark could fit part of a body. And that's where it gets to that, like, why... Here's my dissertation on why the minifig is great, but Lego is not a beautiful exemplification of a proper role play, a dollhouse play scale, is the shoulders of the minifig. That's what throws the whole operation off. But I also understand that the bricks... I feel like the bricks and the figures developed not on the same timeline, and that's why we have this, like... They're okay. In their Venn diagrams of, like, proper scale and, like, playability, they intersect enough to be good. Again, not an attack, but there's something just slightly off to where, oh, I didn't finish building that. My help if I paid attention. The minifig is not the absolute perfect, because then you cannot shove him and his shoulders, they're very girthy shoulders, into a Lego Tauntaun in a 2x2 brick tunnel. So if they had only known back in the day, But that kind of goes to where, like, big appreciation for the company is, like, Lego's never let a lot of things stop them, and they just roll with it. Like, they're like, you know what, things aren't perfectly to scale, so we're just going to have, like, an entire aesthetic where Lego comedy is almost based on the fact that things are overly large in their universe. The coffee cup is half the size of their body. The turkey leg, like it works, and they very much embraced it. So like, it is a kind of really perfect example of, if things aren't working out absolutely perfectly, just embrace it. Just go with it. It's how we planned it now. It's just one of those where, like, I joke that I'm going to retire and do miniatures, and I very much like dollhouse scale, and, my 1/6 scale figures, my 1/12 scale figures. Like, I like scale math. So it's just one of those where it's like, it's just interesting. But I can definitely appreciate art and graphic design, and also just kind of like running with it, like really truly. And I also know it's a safety thing too. Like, Lego's very big on safety, and you can't have scale spoons because they wouldn't be a choking hazard because you just swallow them. But you know what I'm talking about. It's all good. Okay, I need to make 4 legs, so we're gonna assembly line these because I can. Look at these. Look at the AT-AT feet. Big chunky legs. This is delightful. Alright, so we also need all of these. And everybody gets a little Lego fork thing. And a joint of, like, the kneecap variety. And one of these as well. Okay, this is cute. This is really fun. I might zoom in so we can see this just a little bit better. I got little pieces right now. Plus, I brought out the whole setup today so we could see it all. There we go. There we go. Oh, we're gonna use the little fork thing to clip on. Oh, that's cute. So it's got 2 points of articulation, which is delightful in a tiny scale. Like, at this scale, to have 2 points. It's pretty good. I can appreciate. We're also gonna do this. So it's fun too. Like, it would have been fine having just a leg that looked good, but the fact that they were able to get us that extra point. So now we've got the essentially a knee joint and a shoulder joint. We don't have the ankle joint, but it's literally 1 1/3 inch tall. Like, not complaining. Still, I love points of articulation. That's just something that's delightful too, and really fun in, like, the whole toy world and everything. It's just to see a really good thing designed with the proper amount of articulation is delightful. I also remember teaching my kid that, like, for the first time, and I'm like, I'm sorry, I've just kind of ruined you. Now you're going to be, like, counting points of articulation on things, but it's more of an appreciation and not a, like, oh, I can't play with that. It is what it is. There we go. Okay, so now we're attaching the legs, which, again, are, oh, cute. Absolutely just delightful. And we've got, again, the 2 points of articulation from the hip and shoulder down to the little... Oh, that's cute. This is... Would it be my stream if I didn't throw something on the floor? Hey, Delta, can you pick that up? She's asleep. Plus, she's a giant German Shepherd Husky dog, so I don't think she feels like moving her big body to get my Lego pieces. She's like, nah, Mom, that's on you. She is passed out asleep. When I say her name, she does the little, like, dream shuffle, but otherwise, I think she's just kind of used to me chatting. So she's not even reacting. That's really cute. This also looks like what would be a delightful ride-on, like, just as, like, a kid's toy, or even one of those, like, I don't know, you put the quarter in them and they, like, meh, meh, meh. Because look at how cute the little pilot. I'm sorry, driver. AT-AT, driver, trademarked. Goes in. Did I mess that up? I might have. Oh, I did. It's okay. We popped this piece out to get the plate when I put the khaki piece in mistakenly. There we go. I've always enjoyed that piece. I'm going to hold it up. The, like, leg holder. All right, Griff. Well, yeah, I thank you. We will have a great rest of the stream. You have a fantastic day at work. Stay safe out there. I know it's cold and windy here. Don't know what your weather's like, but have a good one. Thanks for dropping in. But yeah, now, so that, like, allows, without the Lego having to stick, like the minifig to stick with the studs. I've always enjoyed that leg piece. Especially, again, when you're working, like, with a Lego minifig in confined spaces, because we've got that whole shoulder thing. It's nice to know that they'll stay in. So, you can hold your binoculars. I guess the Tauntaun comes equipped with 2 ports to hold their accessories, whereas the this entire robot camel here doesn't. So you got to hold all your junk. But look at how sweet. They're very sweet, and you can kind of see these are 1-inch cubes or squares. So he's about 3 inches by about 4. So these are a fun little display. Plus, like I said, it's one of those sets where you get the minifig, which is always kind of a treat, and then you can tell somebody had fun with it. Like, sure, they're not as serious as some of the Star Wars collectibles, but it's fun. And it's one of the things that's been interesting about Star Wars is we're coming up on 40, 50 years of this franchise. So it's neat to see what they've tried over the years. Like, does cutesy work? Does super only serious work? And not all of the cute stuff is my jam. Some of it I definitely would have gone for as a kid. That would have been straight catnip. But it's neat to see. I think that's one of the things too. Like, I'm already getting ads for like Valentine's Day stuff, and I think it's Hannah Anderson, the kids clothing company. They have like cutesy Grogu Valentine. Lay in some suggestions, and if she approves or denies, then that's up to her. But it's like that's absolutely wild for me to just see all the choice. Like, you can go super like serious badass Star Wars, all the way to cute, all the way to like domestic. I got the Death Star waffle maker. I know what's up. But yeah, just yeah, like I said, running the style and the aesthetic gamut. Like, you can do Star Wars in like a number of ways. And that's cool. It doesn't have to be all like in your face. It doesn't all have to be super serious. I like some of this cutesy stuff. It's cute. Like, for lack of a better word, the cute stuff is cute. Like, goodness brain. Like, and obviously you can tell I have a soft spot for the Tauntauns. This is one of my favorite pieces. That's why it's here in the bus. Someday when I'm in my own space again, I would like to have an office where I probably display all my Star Wars stuff, and then have the more like craft bus. But the streams are always going to cross a little, and I got my buddy with me, so it's all good, all good. So that was really fun. If you can speak words good like me, if you can read words, you can see in the stream title. The plan today was to build some Lego, and then make a coat, and then hit our sub goal, and that means we've done 2 out of the 3 things, which is leaving me feeling so delightfully accomplished. I'm proud of stuff. I'm proud of y'all. Like, just as a little community here, like, this is really, really exciting. And that means, if you're just jumping in, because I just saw the numbers shift a little bit, that means tomorrow we are playing Yoda's Challenge, the 1999 Activity Center, because we had a delightful anonymous benefactor hit the end of our sub goal. So to everyone who has been part of that, thank you so very much. It really, really means the world, and I'm proud of what we're accomplishing here, and it's just been an absolute treat to watch this channel grow, and then as people like come in and raid this channel, and then I go check out their work, and then we become like friends, and just hanging out in each other's discords. It's like, this was a really, really cool way that we were brought together, and I wouldn't have that without Twitch. So just some geek in there. So I am going to go back to big mode, so you can really see the scale of these little guys here. These are my little hands, and like I said, these are 1-inch squares. This is a really nice for quilting. This is a rotary mat. You can use your blades on it. It's also very, very handy for Dungeons and Dragons, in case you were curious, because it's a 1-inch grid that's waterproof and holds up to toys banging on it. I've mentioned a couple times, and if I know Ink Rabbit's in stream, he is our DM for a lot of our campaigns. We did a Lego-based campaign where we used the microfigs, the little like trophy figs, for our big map, and then minifigs, and did like a Final Fantasy 1-to-1 scale combat system, which was really fun. And again, talk about delightfully geeky ways to cross the streams. So this would be really a cute way to do like mounts and everything in D&D as well. Like, I had a halfling that had a Triceratops mount in D&D 3.5. Kind of want to build them. So this was fun. So thanks for letting me geek out for a bit. Good to see some familiar faces in the chat. And to all of my lurkers out there, I love you. And to all of my chatters, thanks for chatting. So I'm nowhere near done. We're just moving from the Lego part of the afternoon to the quilting part of the afternoon. We're chunking through our goals here. I'm gonna make some crinkle noise just for a second. Where's my trash can? Delta, where's my trash can? Perfect. Nothing but net. That's okay, I don't believe me either. And we're gonna put this to the side. I will be bringing up my sewing instructions on that in a little bit, but if I planned everything correctly, we're going a little analog here for a bit. So, if you have been here since the beginning, which was October, like that's what's really fun is, in some ways it seems like I've been here forever, like in the best ways, because I'm finally figuring things out, which is just a delightful feeling, like to feel like I know what I'm doing. It's probably fleeting, and I've realized too, especially as an adult, if I feel like I know what I'm doing, chances are there's like 12 more things I need to learn. But you know, it's nice to take a breath and just be like, I can do this. I'm not a giant disaster 24/7. I can, in fact, do things. I'm getting a scissor is what's happening here. No, that's okay. Don't get up. Don't get up. Puppy, puppy, puppy. You're fine, puppers. You don't have to get up when Mama gets up. Good, you stayed. She's learning. See? If I can learn not to be an anxious mess all the time, and Delta can learn to relax, then you can accomplish anything. And I truly mean that. It's a little self-deprecating because I know I'm a giant geek who's very anxious. And I've got a rescue pup who's got some trust issues. Oh, here. But if we can do it, so can you. Like, genuinely. Good girl. Good girl. She's just down here hanging out. I've got the radiator on because it's cold. Which is also just, you know, something I have to mention on my channel, or apparently I explode. So what I'm doing today is a continuation of one of my first ever streams. My brain crapped out there for a second. So I downloaded a pattern that I had, and this is just like hashtag sewing problems. I had downloaded a pattern for a dress for Little Sprout. It worked out beautifully, so I figured I'd try the Sewist's other pattern for their coat. It didn't work out, and again, not a reflection on their pattern, just and this is from someone who has this issue with clothing. When you don't magically perfectly fit like the pattern, and honestly, who does? It can be hard if you need to make a lot of alterations, and that's something I've struggled with a lot with my own clothing. You all done, pups? Delta, you can come back. She can shake the whole bus. That's how big she is. All right, I gotta let her out. I guess she wants to play, but pause on sewing and pattern issues, and I will be right. there we go. Now we're back. I let Delta out and figured I would take that moment to run my kettle because it's delightful for making tea, but can be a little bit loud. So, you know, doing what we can, making a cup of tea. I had forgotten that I had boiled water earlier. And then, oh no, the siren pull of Lego got me, and I forgot about my tea. But at least this way it was not cold. I just had to reboil the water, so it's all good. I'm a grown up. I know how to do things. It's cool. Okay, there we go. Okay, so what we are doing. Oh, okay. So pattern making is hard. And drafting and tailoring and getting things to fit the way you want is difficult. And it's one of those where I kind of always manage to jump in on a project at, like, not to say the, like, hardest point, but it's like, I'm gonna make my clothes while I'm trying to figure out, like, who I am as a human and what my gender presentation is and all of that. Like, it adds just an extra level. Like, you know, it's not in the 101 class they handle, like, pattern making with body dysmorphia. Like, just isn't in the 101. And then, like, making clothes for a little kid who, even if they know exactly what they want, they grow so rapidly. And it's like, where do you put that extra growth into? Do you assume their arms are going to grow faster than their little torsos? And it's a lot. It's like, you know, one of the things that's supposed to be easy about, like, making your own clothes is, like, at a certain point, regardless of, like, style and size and everything, like, for 20 seconds you can pause and say, this is me in this moment. I am at these parameters and I want to make something that fits that. Like, but I don't know, it's not easy. It isn't easy. And so I struggle because I want to make clothes for myself and for my daughter. I just kind of always seem to make the stakes a little bit more complicated, but that's me. So it is what it is. So that's one of the things I really want to work on. Sorry, I'm tucking my earphones back in because I got up with my pop. One of the things I want to work on in 2022 is just making clothes again, kind of for the first time, and getting it right, because I can put good work into things, but I've never actually made a garment that fits me, like, other than cosplay, that I'm, like, comfortable wearing. But then what's interesting about cosplay is, to me, there's, like, a weird mental caveat to where it's like, oh, well, this is an everyday wear, so if it's not comfortable, it doesn't matter because it's a costume. And so, like, I haven't found exactly how I want my, like, things to work out, if that makes sense. So I think I've always had just convenient enough excuses. Look at this little cute cat mug. To not push for, like, the final thing that I want. And that's something I want to kind of get over. Like, I want to just make things. And so this coat, tried a pattern, liked the designer's pattern, made a dress, tried their pattern for the coat. It was going to require too many alterations. And again, not the pattern maker's fault that, you know, me and the humans derived from me have odd proportions. Nobody's fault for that. People are people. It's more that, like, instead of getting frustrated and challenging myself to redraft that pattern or to redo that pattern, I just went with a different pattern. And, like, there's part of me that's still, like, disappointed in myself that I didn't finish, like, what I started and take that challenge. But then there's a huge part of me that's like, nah. We want to get this done while she can enjoy it. Finished, not perfect. More like, move on and don't, like, absolutely destroy yourself over something that doesn't need to be this hard. So I have a new pattern, and so this one, to just tout the designer of the pattern, this is Twig and Tail, and this is their Pixie Pea Coat, which is delightful. Let me see if I actually have a picture. And again, this was something I purchased off of Etsy, not sponsored. This was just something I found of my own accord. So if it's great, well, then we're going to go celebrate the author, and if it's not, it's probably because I dorked it up. So let's celebrate their work, because they put it together a really cute pattern, and I'm very excited to try it. So it's a cute, it's made, okay, so, like, when you're going into clothes making, you kind of need to know what your finished idea is, if nothing else, so that you can make sure that the thickness of your final fabric isn't gonna, like, mess funny with the project. So, like, this one is a coat pattern, so it's already designed to take a thicker fabric, which is great. So if you have like a boiled wool or a felted wool or a sweater material or fleece, or in the case of this particular project, a quilt, it's made to have bulk. And so that's really, really important, because you don't want something that's so tailored that when you then go in add thick fabric, it's going to throw it all off. So making sure that like things just jive with each other and harmonize is important. So knowing that this is a coat pattern designed for heavy fabrics, it should work really well with what I have planned for it. This is me contemplating why I'm like this. I just realized I don't have tape, and like the next step is literally to tape this whole pattern together. I don't know why I'm like this. So I'm gonna start cutting it out, and then we'll tape it. That's just how you go. So there's two schools of thought. When you're working with a pattern, you can either like get a commercial pattern from like Joann's or whatever, and it's going to come like a Simplicity pattern or a Vogue or whatever, Butterick. It's going to come on large tissue paper. Now, when you buy a pattern from an independent designer, they probably have it formulated for, 8.5 by 11 or whatever A4 paper, or you can get it on like A0 and take it to your copy shop and get it printed out all big. I have it, obviously, I'm in North America, hi, and I have it on 8.5 by 11 pieces of paper, which means I need to now make it into big pieces so then I can cut it into small pieces. That's welcome to like quilting and sewing and pattern and everything, clothing. We're going to take big things and cut them into small things and then make them into small and then sew them back into big. So if you'd like to join us on that, what seems like redundancy but is truly, truly a fun journey, welcome. You're in the right place. I'm going to see if I have tape within reach, because I might. I might not. I have a squeaky chair and a set of drawers. Come on, tape. I might have taken it back in the house to wrap Christmas presents with, because, hey, there's my cable I was missing. You guys ever do that? Think that you got your life together and then realize you don't? It happens to me on a near daily basis. I'm trying. That's what's happening here, is things happen. All right, so if you see on this paper here, this is what's called a page assembly diagram or a pattern key. I've got A through Z2 in these ones. So this is A, this is B. So this is going to be quite large, because it ends up being 2, 3, 4 by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then some auxiliary pieces. 24 pieces, just 25 pieces of paper, big. So there's the school of thought where you can either put it all together, like make it into this big honking, like 25 pieces stuck together and then cut them out. Or you can say, well, the sleeve is mostly on B, G, L, M, H, and C. I'll just grab those and tape them together. So you decide what kind of, it's like a choose your own adventure. You just decide how much mess you want to make. I really need some tape, so I'm going to grab that, because there's only so much like controlled chaos I can do by just starting to cut pieces out. I'm gonna get some tape. I'm also gonna enjoy this cup of tea while it's actually hot. So if everyone wants to take a stretch break, let's all be like grown-ups and stretch and get whatever you need. If you're working on a project, go get that piece. I'm gonna BRB. I'm gonna run an ad, just because. So if you're subscribed, you won't see that, which is a benefit. But if you are, I will be back in about 60 seconds. So. And we're back. Okay, so I have tape, and we're going to start putting this together. Okay, just making sure I unmuted and all of so. I won't do anything crazy exciting for about 30 more seconds, just so y'all can trickle back in. Hopefully you got up, stretched. I'm going to make some awful noise with this. So, world's worst ASMR. My apologies, but I'm just going to cut apart some tape. Oh, also, really exciting news. I found the piece you're missing. The little Tauntaun flank. So I'm gonna put that on. Oh, hold on. Tech support actually has some more tape for me, so I don't have to make awful noises, so. So that is one of the fun benefits of crafting close to your mom's house, is that she sends tape. So we're gonna use that before we have to make awful noises. Thanks, Mom. All right, so we have tape now. I'm feeling very loved, so we're gonna take that energy and just make something cool. Everything's gonna go right with this, and if it doesn't, then we'll fix it. Definitely trying to lean into more just, it's okay. Things are gonna just work. Not because they have to, but because. Hold on, I'm reading this. I'm just looking at something real quick. Alright, so what we're gonna do is we're just gonna start taping this together. It's gonna be a little bit of a process. So like, if you were genuinely interested in seeing what a garment construction from like step one all the way through, buckle up, because we're gonna do it. There's always that part of me that wonders, like, for the cinematics of it all, if I should prepare these things off screen. And that's kind of like what I love about, say, YouTube or you know, just shorts and stuff, is that kind of magic where things just and done, you know, snap transitions and all of that. But like, there's also something very just neat about seeing like literally every step. So if you are that cool, you know, you have cats when there's like cat fuzz in your tape. But just, yeah, seeing just everything from beginning to end, every step, every seam, every success, every failure. I think that's what's great about Twitch. And so I hope that this is something that's interesting for you as well. So what I'm doing is, if you can see them, I'll bring it up real close. There are different colored lines, orange, blue dotted, blue solid, etc., etc. I'm cutting out on the green line. According to this pattern, that's the size 5. But this coat also, and this is where it's important to not necessarily go by the age or the size, but to actually look in your pattern and see what measurements most closely resemble what you are trying to make. It is a lot of work to scale patterns up or down, and so if you have the option of knowing ahead of time to pick a better number, it is wiser. I think of many a time, like kind of just teaching my friends how to sew and work on cosplay, where it doesn't always correlate to, like in kids' clothes, normally their size is their age, but of course that's only if you magically fit the human mold that someone decided. And then, like, you know, you might be a size 2 in clothing from one brand, but that does not mean you're a size 2 in simplicity. So learning to just let go of that number and look at the measurements, like I think it's important in just knowing, like when you're going to be making clothes for yourself, to focus on like your specific measurements and only as the tool to make something that's going to fit you, that you're actually going to like. Like, who cares what size it is? Stuttering on my words because clothing is something that is difficult for me. It's like, I don't really care what brand or what size. It's more of like, does it fit the way that it's supposed to, and do I feel comfortable in it? And so like when I make my own clothes, I want them to just work. It is hard not to get like frustrated when it doesn't work, but it is important on that to look at the pattern and let the pattern help you, I guess is what I'm trying to say, and not get so caught up in in just like the size or just what other people may think. Just make it fit for you. Ink Rabbit says, is this a surprise for Little Sprout? It is not, actually. She probably hasn't seen me work on this for a while, so surprised that I'm actually getting around to it. But this is her goose coat, so she is more than familiar with the fact that I'm working on this. In fact, she helped design this. So if you go to my Discord right now, so exclamation point Discord in chat, we'll take you there. You can actually see our kind of behind the scenes where, like in Procreate on the iPad, we actually drew out the pattern, and this is going to be a quilted coat, which I'll get into in a little bit. But you can see her drawings for this and how she has been helping me make something for her. And I'm incredibly grateful for that. Like, just to be able to sit here and kind of teach as I'm making something that like my kid wants, that we've designed together, that like my hands can make because they hold the history and the traditions of like generations past. Like that's a wild position to be in, and it's something I do not take for granted. It's something that is very, very important to me. But it's also just absolutely wild in that way where it's like I get to be all of my family's past and then create for the future, and then also use technology and future things to like, you guys are part of my family now and you're learning to sew. Like this is where we are. We're gonna learn and survive and grow and craft and create and geek together, you know? Like, so thank you. Yes, head over to the Discord, and it's in the channel So What. You can see I just started that channel because what I love about Discord is the ability to sort things by, you know, specific subject, and so I kind of geeked about having a sewing specific channel. So if you could check in there, you can see the pattern design. But as soon as I get a little bit through the pattern cutting, as a treat, we'll get sidetracked and I will show you the delightful fabric that me and Little Sprout have picked out for this coat. If you are familiar with my YouTube channel, which is Catherine Everything, if you do exclamation point socials, you can take you there. Love to see you over there. That's where I do my, like, if Twitch is like we're having tea in my studio together, my YouTube are my more like finished tutorial, more cinematic kind of art school geekery over there. And so that's where I can show what takes me 20 hours on Twitch, then gets distilled into 20 minutes on YouTube, and then of course gets distilled into 20 seconds on like YouTube Shorts and like Instagram Reels, which is simultaneously fascinating as like a content creator and producer, and also like, wow, that took 20 hours and here it is in 20 seconds. But no, it's fun. It's fun. I have fun with it. But you can see the fabric that we're going to be using for this coat, we did a test run on the fabric. Not that fabric needed a test run. That was a giant blatant excuse to just use some fabric and make something cool. When Little Sprout started school, this year was her first year of like school. I have a kindergartner. We decided to honor my mom, we call her Oma, which is German for grandmother. Her side of the family is from Germany. And so I wanted to like explore and bring back some of the traditions that like her mom and her Oma either were able to have or were not able to celebrate because of, you know, politics at the time. And so just really trying to honor and like venerate the family. And so for Little Sprout's first day of school, we made her a Quilted, which is a German sweets cone. It's a paper or fabric cone filled with goodies too, and this is what cracks me up. This is such a vibe and such a mood. It's to like sweeten the prospect of being like, you're in school for like the rest of your life. Enjoy these, because it's just one of those like, just it sweetens the deal. And I think that's both very, very real and also hilarious and really, really wholesome. So we made her a school cone, a sweets cone, and Little Sprout loves geese, which is hilarious. And this is where we get into like Catherine's graph of acceptability of waterfowl and their appearance, or all fowl and their appearance to dinosaur scale. We raise chickens, right? We live on a little bit of a ranch. We have some chickens. Chickens are fine. As poultry starts to go into the geese and then swans and then turkey scale, on the other vertice, we have appearance to dinosaur. And so it's like, the more they look like a dinosaur, like, no, there's a graph. Imagine a pretty graph there. Like, so it's funny because, and we've talked about this, kids, you can't control what they get into, like hobbies and personality and fandoms even. Like, we joke, it's, it may with Little Sprout not be a if she gets into Star Wars, but a when, because she's not into it right now, and that's cool. I respect that. She's her own person. But of course, the, like, poultry that I'm afraid of, Little Sprout is like, they're my favorite. Of course they are. Like, I'm afraid of birds. I don't know why. I mean, sure, I can pinpoint some specific childhood trauma, but, like, I don't know why. Logically, phobias don't have to make sense. It's a thing. So, like, even just raising chickens is a big deal for me. But she has to be like, no, I want geese. We're not doing geese. We'll do ducks. But so I'm allowing her to express her love aesthetically instead. So we're doing a lot of geese things. She loved Untitled Goose Game. If you've been on my YouTube, you've seen the goose purse, and then you've seen the school cone had geese on it. Our compromise, before anyone thinks I'm too strict, is that we will get a white Peking duck and name them Goose, and that is acceptable to both of us. So boundaries, and also just the, like, I get it. Like, I appreciate that she's getting into things on the, like, animal raising side, and we're also very responsible with how we raise our animals, and they're not, they are both producers and very loved as pets, etc., so it's not just like, we don't know what we're doing. Like, we know what we're doing. But I also know that, like, she is 5, and so we have to both be comfortable, because I want her to, if she's going to put in the effort to raise animals, actually be able to wrangle them and manage them. And that's where, like, geese can be mean, so can swans, and I'm not fully comfortable in introducing those animals into our menagerie, and so that's just where the border is. But that said, I can appreciate an aesthetic interest, and I can appreciate, stoking her interests while also just keeping my boundaries. So, this whole parenting thing's a trip. It's wild. But, so for the moment, we are living out our geese dreams aesthetically. So for the school cone, we did it in this very, very cute goose fabric. I think it's called Goose Creek Gardens. I've got it right here. I was trying to not get distracted, but it's literally right here. So this is the fabric we're going to be using, and it's delightful. So let me just plop it down. So the coat, I have to, like, back up. So if you are unfamiliar, quilted coats have kind of come back in vogue, which makes me really happy because they're, like, heckin' comfy. What makes a quilted coat, you have to kind of explain what a quilt is in general. And so, like, a quilt, by, like, definition, and of course with any rule you can break it, but a quilt by definition is any, like, 3 layers of fabric and then a inner batting that are then quilted, which means either stitched together or, like, tied together, so that you have that delightful puffiness that is a quilt. So and there's gonna be a lot of big air quotes, because again, these are rules, but they're kind of more like guidelines. And then again, it's just, for all learning purposes, we're just going to use basic terms, and then we can get into it. But I don't want to, like, get so technical that it feels gatekeepy or anything. It's not like, let's just get into it enough so we can understand and have a working knowledge. And then if y'all have questions, we can get into more. So with, like, a quilt, what you're probably used to seeing, like a bed quilt, there's going to be the top layer, which is, like, the patchwork. So all the pretty squares or triangles or however you have it sewn together into a top. That can be called a top. It can also be called a flimsy. Underneath that, again, traditionally, is a layer of batting, which can be cotton, can be wool, can be polyester. It's the fluffy stuff. And then on the back is the backing. When all 3 of those are combined and then sewn through or tied or even put together with buttons, that makes a quilt, and then that edge is bound off, which is that kind of delightful kind of ending to a quilt, that binding. That's what makes a quilt. That's a quilt. So it is different from a blanket. It is different, of course, from knitting and crochet, and then any just, singular piece of fluffy fabric that makes a blanket. When you make something, say, like a quilted coat, you are taking that same theory of, top, back, batting, and then backing, and you're individually quilting, like, each piece. So, like, if you've ever had, like, a down jacket, that's like an outer layer and then the fluffy stuff in the middle and then like a lining and then it's like stitched through. That's quilted. So we're making a coat today that is quilted. Now, when quilted coats kind of came back in, you might have seen some on TikTok. People were taking like vintage quilts and cutting them up and just like you'd lay out your quilt, you put your pattern pieces on top, you cut it out, and you make a coat. And that's a fantastic way to like reuse something. Especially like, can you imagine if you had like your grandmother's quilt or something and like maybe the corner got, you know, destroyed by moths or got water damage or any sort of, you know, thing, and it wasn't a whole quilt anymore. Like imagine being able to make it into clothing and then you'd be like surrounded by like a grandma hug all the time. And so I know sometimes it's always a double-edged sword if you like reuse materials, because there's always going to be somebody out there that thinks you're like the worst for cutting something up and reusing it. But I'm like, listen, it could have lived in storage, the moths could have eaten it, or I could, you know, give it new life. And so like that's just one of those where I have zero judgment for people that cut up things and make new things. If they are their things to cut up, like if you're not hurting anybody else's property, go for it. Like I had a long box of comics get water damaged in one of my moves, and it was devastating to me. And so I cut them up for instead of using real flower petals, I used them like for confetti for my flower girl. But there were people online that were like, how dare you deface comics like that, you fake geek girl. And I'm like, nah, man, those were my comics. They got water damage. What was I supposed to do, throw them away? Like I could have, but that's a waste. I gave them new life, and then we had something special to like, you know, geek with. So that was a sidetrack. But the point is, if it's your stuff and you're not hurting anybody, cut your stuff up, give your stuff new life, make whatever the heck you want. Like life's too short to worry about weird people like telling you what you can and can't do with your stuff or your body or your life. Just anyway. In the case of what we're doing today, I don't have a delightful vintage quilt to cut up. I'm going to be so there's two ways I could do this. It'd be a little wasteful, but for the intent of like teaching, I could make a whole quilt and then chop it up. Or what I'm really going to do is I'm going to lay out each piece, cut them a little larger than I need, quilt each piece, so join those 3 layers, and then essentially make a miniature quilt for every pattern piece that I need. So that way I'm not wasting a bunch of my fabric. So like for the sleeve, it'll be sleeve shaped, and then I'll quilt it and then just trim that sleeve shape out and go from there. So lots of different ways you can do this, which is what makes quilting and sewing and tailoring and all of these really cool. Is there's no right or wrong answer. It's just whatever you're working with. So I do have new fabric for this, because this in a lot of ways this is a commission. You know, like my daughter wants this coat, she wants this specific fabric line, so I'm gonna do my best to make it good for my client. The client happens to be my daughter, but like, you know, in my mind I find that it helps, like, this is what the client wants, this is the client's parameters, I can just do my best for my client. So what we've picked out together, for the body of the coat, we have this delicious corduroy, which it's gonna look wildly different on these 2 cameras, so that's fun. It's this color. I've got the mid-afternoon sun streaming in and making me look like a vampire. So if you've been here for any small amount of time, you know that I love corduroy. It's just such a delightful texture. It feels nice. It's soft, but it's got a weight to it that I really like, because especially for garment making, even though I live where it can get up to like 120 degrees Fahrenheit, I like it when clothing has a little bit of a structure to it. It isn't just like flimsy fabric. And so I think corduroy solves that deliciously, and you get all this texture. So the hood of the coat and the body, the front of the coat and the body is gonna all be this. The sleeves are gonna be this fabric, and then quilted, which this one was a really fun one to pick out, because not only is this fabric absolutely delightful, but what I like about it is that it's light enough in color that it's going to look light and airy and springy while providing warmth. But it's also got enough pattern on it that if my kid spills something, you won't necessarily be able to tell. So big branding there, for both honoring the client's aesthetic and then making it practical. Because she wanted white sleeves, but I was like, oh no, you are 5 and you like mud and, sauce. So I really happy with that decision. The rest of the fabrics you can see here, this all is one collection, which is really fun and kind of a great place to start if you're looking to make something. Is obviously trust your eye, and like if you go to a fabric store or you're online and you like the way that this fabric goes with that fabric, trust your eye, trust your gut. If you're looking for something with a little bit more where someone else has done the thinking, which I respect, try a collection. So this is, and I'm trying to find the selvage edge. The selvage is kind of like, it's the edge that the machine makes the fabric and holds it, but it's also where you get all of your information. So this, for example, is the selvage, and it's got the color key in the little geese, which is delightful. So I can tell now that this is poppy cotton, and if I had a piece, it would tell me that it was Goose Creek Garden. I'm just now remembering. Big brain! Thanks for using the new emote. And hydrate. I will. But the selvage is kind of like, you know, like the first page in a book that tells you who published it and when and all that. That's the selvage. It's the book equivalent on the fabric. Thank you. I was in teacher mode, so I appreciate the hydrate redemption. Red Dead Redemption. All right, so where was I? So this is called Goose Creek Garden, and it's all a collection. So what's really fun about that is in like a quilting fabric collection, you tend to get a couple what are called feature fabrics, and then coordinates. So like these geese, feature fabric. They're the big players. They're like the main event. So like obviously you could just get this goose pattern, and then pick your own blues to go with it, pick your own pinks to go with it. But what's fun is with a collection, you get like the feature fabric in a couple of different colorways. So I'm going to pull these all out of order because I want to show y'all some geese. There's one more. Where are you? Oh, here it is. So the main fabric came in 3 colorways, which are just adorable. And then it came with a bunch of coordinates, which just kind of round out the collection. So they pull on different things. Like obviously this is geese and florals, which I really love. Just that like Little Sprout knows her aesthetic, and she's like, yeah, I want a pixie coat that I can go adventuring in so I can pick up rocks and snails and mushrooms, but I want it to have florals and I want it to have geese. And I'm glad that there's enough fabric out there now that I can like honor that request. You know, I think that's one of the things too, that there wasn't always as cool of fabrics, you know, and you did what you could. Like obviously, like if you go back with a historical perspective, like you sewed with flour sacks, you sewed with what you had. And so like I definitely recognize the gift and the privilege and the like opportunity that it is to be able to sew with whatever I want and just have fabric at the ready. And it's cool, you know. I like, it is really cool. And then to be able to use it for my daughter so that she can express and be comfortable in her identity is very, very important to me. So I'm very excited that she loves like this collection and that we could design this together. But yeah, so like you start getting these coordinates that are just like they pull. I know I've got some weird sun, so I'm gonna do this cool blocking thing where they start to pull like the vines and the flowers, and then like we've got this nice coordinate, and so like the whole collection really starts to just give you a very nice and rounded kind of color story. So you've got these yellows. This stripe came in all the different colorways. I love this maroon color. In case you couldn't tell by my sweater, like it's a nice color. This is good stuff. And I like that it's got some strong bold colors that kind of lean, I don't want to say a masculine vibe necessarily, but like a strong, rich pinstripe and then the delicate dainty florals. I like it when we can have that contrast because it doesn't all have to be, you know, one pure aesthetic. Even within a collection, it can have these mixed vibes, and I like that. So I'm very happy with this collection, and I'm really excited to see it come together. And it's also great that Little Sprout loves it very much, and that it matches delightfully with this corduroy as well, and brings in like a 4th color. So 5th color, actually. 6th color. Just kidding, I can count. So this is kind of our whole color story here, is from the nice dusty mauve of the corduroy to the sky blue to the deep blue, the yellow, the pink, and the burgundy. So that's our color palette. So this is going to be, and then of course white, which just kind of lightens and freshens up the whole thing. So even with like the white too, we have this floral, and then that plays off the geese. So it's going to be really cute when it comes together, and should have some very kind of fun cottage core vibes. I'm just gonna kind of yeet this off into space. Put that back here. It can hang out. And finish with our pattern. Because like I said, I was going to get a little farther in the pattern before I talked about the fabric. But then Ink Rabbit brought up whether or not this was a surprise, and I just wanted to talk about the design process a bit. So again, if you go to my Discord, you can see I have an animated sketch of Little Sprout and I coloring a quilt block, because in addition to this being a quilt coat, and that was the whole like 3 layers thing, putting it all together, it's going to have patchwork on it as well. My mom taught me how to quilt and how to sew, and it's interesting because they are actually kind of wildly different things, like clothing construction and quilting, and they both take kind of wildly different thought processes, which I totally understand why people are like, sewing, but you know, like when you're in any sort of hobby or specialty, you know that there's subgenres within the genre that take just different brain things. And so that's kind of where the difference between like clothing construction and quilting gets. And one is not necessarily harder than the other, they're just different. Quilting is much more mathematically precise, and tailoring is a different sort of precision in its like gesturing and its seam finishing. And so it's, like I said, it is just interesting that they are the same but wildly different. So this is going to be a mix of both, which is going to be, I think that's why my brain is so excited about this, because I get to mix the worlds and put 2 things that I do like to do together. I like to both make quilts and do clothing construction. That's another thing too. I have a couple quilts that I have started and have not finished, and would love to do those on stream. Especially every time I talk about quilting, I'm like, like literally just off camera over there's a quilt waiting to be quilted, and that one is going to be hand quilted on a like antique quilting frame, and I'd love to show y'all. So this, I hope that, you know, whether you're here for like sewing motivation and inspiration, or you're just here for chatting, because I totally get that, whatever you're here for, like I hope you're finding cool inspiration for whatever it is you're working on. And honestly, because I'm a big giant teacher geek, I hope, you know, you learn something in the fun way of like, this is what's so neat about this platform, is that you never really know what you're going to come across and what you're going to end up learning. And that can be your new party trick. You can be like, hey y'all, I know what makes a quilt a quilt. And that's fun to me. It is very fun to me. So I'm continuing to line these up. There are, I'm gonna move it into the shade here. There are little diamonds. I know that it's a little bit hard to see, but there's just alignment guides, because obviously the more precise that we can get the pattern to the original artist's author's intent, the better chance of success we're gonna have. I don't need to make my own problems. I need to just follow this, you know, kind of as closely as we can. So we're just gonna keep putting that together. Now it lengthens there. Okay. So I'm cutting this out on the size 5, so you will sometimes see me cut into what looks like maybe the middle of a pattern piece. I am following the green line. So that's a pretty common way to do patterns, is to have all the sizes out on one, especially like the big tissue paper patterns that you'll get from the big box stores. It saves on paper, because especially if there's just a little bit of difference for each size, just have it, you know, graduated out. And so this is pretty standard fare. And what's nice about it too is, if you were going to make this pattern a lot of times, you could print these out on like a heavier card, and then you could just use chalk, or you could use a marking pencil to replicate this pattern in many different ways. I like to just cut out on the size I'm using, because especially with like e-downloads, if I absolutely needed to, I could get the pattern again. But also for the most part, I'm probably just using it once, or for one client, or for myself. And I'd like to get to the point where I just have a pattern that works for me, and I can whip it out in different fabrics and not have to worry about this whole pattern making process every single time. So it's, again, in any specialty, in any hobby, in any field of work, you're going to find there's a million ways to do the same process, and you just have to find what works for you. I know a lot of people who work with like vintage patterns and stuff won't cut into the pattern, just because then we can try and preserve that. But you have to, again, decide, what your workflow is like. And sometimes you don't have to worry about being the entire preservation society on your own. You can just worry about doing good things with good intentions and worrying about it later. Okay, so we're not worrying about it at all, actually. Just like little Katie didn't have to be a Star Wars museum. I can just collect what I want and be the geek that I want to be and not worry about everyone else in that respect. Like, obviously, one of the things I like to say is whatever you're doing, just make sure it doesn't hurt other people. But, like, honestly, if it's yours to cut up and it's yours to have and it's yours to collect and it's yours to do with whatever, then, it's yours. So, don't let other people's ideas get in the way of you making what you need to make with your stuff or your body. I'm just gonna keep on keeping on. Now, what's interesting in a lot of ways is just to see how many pieces, just the pure and sheer amount of pieces that it does take to make something. Like my kiddo, she is 5.5 and, pretty on par with percentiles and all of that. She's vaguely human shaped and vaguely human sized. So you'd think, okay, how big is a 5-year-old? Apparently like 31 pieces of paper and patterns, for whatever that ends up meaning. But you also have to remember that when you're making a pattern and making a garment, especially from scratch, there's going to be a lot of things that, not to say aren't accounted for, but like if you've never constructed a garment, you're not necessarily, and I forget about these things too when I do make garments, there's things like facings and linings and cuffs and gussets and things, yokes, that obviously will make sense when we get to them. But when you're laying out a pattern, it's like, I don't know, draw 2 sleeves and a front. How many pieces of paper do we really need? But the answer is a lot, because there's going to be a lot of fine detail construction on this, which I'm quite excited for, because it's like a puzzle. And also what's neat about it too is what's fun and also very, very challenging about clothing making is you're taking something very, very 2D and making it around a 3D form that then also involves the capability for motion. And so there has to be, the ability to move arms and button things and have movement. That's a lot of engineering. A lot of engineering that takes a lot of brain power to figure out. And that's what makes it so difficult, is how do you allow for that range of motion while still making something, especially the more you get into tailoring, which that's a term I realize I keep dropping and maybe didn't explain. Like, tailoring is when you are taking like garments and making them very specifically tailored or fitted or designed for, like when you have a really nice blouse and it fits you like a glove, it would be tailored. Now, tailoring also just involves techniques that general clothes making may or may not involve, because it's its own crazy beast that needs to be tackled like a dragon. And I will also put in my Discord some recommendations to some other channels that I have found especially helpful on the like drafting side of things and the tailoring side of things. I am a big historical fashion geek in my like own time, and so I like to watch people like study like extant historical garments and replicate things, and just kind of see what it goes back into that big glorious rant of what I love about humanity is we survive and we invent, and then when we are comfortable we make things beautiful. And so clothing definitely, especially like historical clothing, really shows that, because that's why we have fashion, is we were clothed and we were warm and we survived, and then we went, let's like put shiny things and buttons and stitches and velvet and silks, and it's, there's so much history, it's, cross-cultural history, human history, like all of it, like we survive, we thrive, and we make things beautiful. So, all right, chunking right through this, which is exciting. I need N. So I am looking at my pattern guide again, kind of referencing that to the side here to make sure that I catch all of the pieces that I need, because I don't want to miss anything. there's nothing quite worse than having a pattern that doesn't have the last little bit because it was printed on the wrong paper. So I'm just putting that together. And so just kind of like, I feel like if you're hanging out in the makers and crafting category, you kind of already have some idea of this, whether or not the medium that you are watching somebody in is like your medium. But you know that like things take an extraordinary amount of time and effort, and that's why like it's always really hard to like pay creatives, because you know, just hourly speaking doesn't encapture all the like knowledge and skill and everything. But it's also interesting because like say something like this, I didn't even develop this pattern. This was a pattern I purchased. Again, this is from Twig and Tail. Saw them on Etsy and it seemed to meet my needs, which is very exciting when you can find someone who's done glorious work, and then you can adapt it, because why reinvent the wheel? But like even so, it's still taking quite a bit of time just to assemble this pattern, and like I'm not having to do the draft work or anything behind this. And so like when I finish this coat, you know, it could be 50 hours behind this coat. And obviously like a lot of the reason I do what I do is for the fun of it, yes, but also just I think there's just something all creators have where we need to make, and it's not always about like, could I do this as my side hustle? Could I monetize this hobby? That's something I'm definitely fighting internally with, always, is the like, oh, could I? And like, again, I'm not saying I would sell this coat because again, this pattern isn't mine, etc., etc. It's more just like, as you start to make something, there's the societal pressure, and I think the very internalized pressure to be like, oh, you know, is this my business? Is this a business? But like, again, if you're already if you already are a creative, I think you know this already, but like one of the things I love about Twitch and about seeing everything from the beginning is like, who'd have thought about the time that all of this takes? No, we're not even to the sewing yet, and this isn't counting like, you know, I did all the designing and the fabric picking and the fabric shopping and the like client consultations and everything off screen. Like this isn't even going to be all of it, and I still like, I'm showing, you know, y'all most of the journey that like doesn't really get to be seen. Like you just lay out the pattern, you cut out the pattern, you move on. Whereas we're going to be here for a while. But it's good stuff, and I like to see it, especially like in a medium that I don't work in. I think it's really cool to be like, oh my goodness, I had no idea that laving took that much prep work, or wow, the dry time on X, Y, and Z is really something that I hadn't thought of. So like I said, I hope that in addition to being here with good people chatting and, you know, just kind of cozy vibes, I find that it's just really cool to see how long these things really do truly take, and put in a new appreciation for it. You know. And that goes with everything. I mean, from everything that's on Twitch, video games included. Because, you know, one, we all know that those games took some incredible work to develop. And then, you know, if like a speedrunner can play a game in X amount of hours, it's still like, wow, that's so much effort that took in to learn the ins and outs of something that I can grasp conversationally, but will I ever truly, fully understand the effort that went into that speedrun, or, you know, that particular style of playthrough or anything? Like, it's good stuff. Good stuff. Okay, I can read. All right, so I'm looking at pattern diagram here, and this pattern incredibly ranged from size 1 to size 14, and so the pattern diagram that I'm referencing for like putting it all out is the wrong assembly diagram, but it's close enough, and I don't think I printed the proper one, which happens. So I'm doing my best here. I'm putting everything together. Ink Rabbit says in chat, a lot of speedruns are glitches. They are, which is really cool too, in a whole different way of like, how'd you even discover that? How did you figure out if you stood at this wall and, you know, smashed this button and turned around 3 times that you could skip through half the level? Like, I don't think I'm that familiar with any one thing on this planet as like some speedrunners are with their one game, you know? Like, yeah, they're amusing to me. Sometimes they can be too much visual input to watch speedruns with glitches. Just because it's so much clipping through walls and everything. So I prefer glitchless speedruns, just because then I can also pretend I'm getting the story in there and stuff as well. But like, I there's no judgment. It's just personal preference here. But yeah, Inkrabbit's saying you can beat Pokemon Diamond in 17 minutes with glitches and just your starter. And I'm like, I haven't even beat Pokemon Diamond, you know, like I haven't even like done it the normal way. Never mind anything else. Okay, this is, yeah, I have the wrong diagram. Let me duck in here. You can see my velvet headband that I got today. That's gonna drive me a little crazy. We'll figure it out. I'm smart. Okay, so like I said, I've got the assembly diagram, but this is for sizes 7 to 14. I need the sizes 1 to 6. So their layout's going to be different from my layout, which means I'm just going to have to be aware and careful that I connect everything to the right piece. But we're going to coast on, hopefully, knowing enough that I can put these together. And absolute worst case, it's just paper. If I completely dork it up, the world doesn't end. So there is a certain safety in knowing that. Plus, I was talking to my brother about this the other day, where like I was playing a puzzle game right before Christmas, and it's like, man, I'm rusty at these puzzle games, and it's not a like attack on my intelligence. It's more just like certain things in like games and hobbies and skills have a language, and it's like I might be fluent in the language of X, Y, and Z, but if I haven't practiced in a while, I'm gonna be rusty. And so like I was stumbling through this puzzle game just because I hadn't conversationally spoken the language of how mechanics of puzzle games go. And so like obviously, you know, I could big brain my way through it, but it's like I'm not doing it the way that like I would have had I been practiced. Which sounds silly in the way that like have you practice for puzzles, but you really can, and people do, to where, and this is where like speedrunners come in, to where you know more, I would argue, more about the mechanics of the game, more about the developer's language, more about the like language of puzzles than it ever was about like how to actually play the game itself, if that makes sense. I'm pretty sure that goes together. I'm just going to hold that off to the side. M's going to connect to the bottom of the sleeve. So, again, just doing our best here. But yeah, if that makes sense, like you get so highly specialized that it's almost removed from what you were doing in the first place. It's its own thing with its own rules, its own language, its own thought process. So it's not that I figured out the puzzles, but I could tell that I was, you know, it's like speaking a language slightly to the left of what it was written in. It's like, I haven't done this in a while. Goodness, I haven't thought in this particular like brainway in a while. So it's cool though. And that's what makes nerds really fun as well, is we're just like, hey, what if I had this hyperfixation, kind of like the one you do, but then like did it this bizarre and awesome and highly specialized and like just took it apart from the inside way, and everyone else is like, yeah, do it, you know? So like, to all the people who take things apart and put them back together and cut them apart again and put them back together, like, this is what we do. This is what we do. Making a stack. Okay, so like this one is slightly different in the pattern diagram because with the smaller pieces, the artist was able to get them on less pieces of paper, which makes sense. But I'm, like I said, following a slightly different diagram, but we're doing our best here. So this part's really exciting. This coat has the option for a collar, like just a very classic, very sweet collar, or it can be a hood, which is cute, or it can be a pixie hood. So it has like gnome vibes and has the like pixie hood in the back, which is what Little Sprout wanted. So like I had to make sure when I found any pattern, and now a second pattern, that it also included the ability for pixie hoodedness. That just makes me really happy. Little details like that are so sweet. and I'm excited to see, see where we go with things. Like, I'm trying to be cautiously optimistic. Obviously, the healing of the earth is the most important, and like the people, and we're getting there. But I'm daring to make some dream plans of things that we do when it's safe to do things again. And one of the things I'm really hoping is safe for Little Sprout in the next year or two are Ren fairs, because she's never been to a Ren fair. And I'm like, oh no, you've technically played D&D. We play Tales of Equestria, the My Little Pony skinned D&D, and she's been around all of us nerds her entire life. We've never been able to take her to a Ren fair for a turkey leg and fairies. And she's... Well, you've never been to a Ren fair in Grabbit? Have you really not? Like, now I feel like a bad friend. Well, alright, we're gonna dare to dream. We're gonna get excited about the possibility. We're gonna go to a Ren fair. We're gonna make sure it's safe. We're gonna make sure everyone's healthy, and I'm not gonna be anxious about it. I love Ren fairs. In a different chapter of my life, I had plans to, like, travel with the Ren fair, but life is funny in the way that I feel like I've been very, very lucky to have lived through and survived and gone on to make other choices and, everything, but different chapter back then. But I love Ren fairs, and I have big dream plans to make Ren fair costumes. Oh, that's right. Okay, so like, I am in Southern California, which is glorious because it means that within like 3 hours drive, you can be anywhere, like anywhere. And I'm so lucky and very, very grateful for this. Well, one of the things that is within my like 3 hours one-way drive distance was before the Panini, and it's coming back in 2022, was there was essentially, for like lack of a better descriptor, there was a Cowboy Ren fair. And if you guys know me, I am like the weird blend of like, I don't know, vintage cowboy art school Star Wars nerd. And so I was absolutely beyond thrilled to know that there was like, it's called the Cowboy Festival. I call it Cowboy Ren Fair just because you get it like immediately. There was like root beer stalls instead of turkey leg stalls, and there was like banjo players everywhere, and I was in Cowboy Geek Heaven. Without diminishing, obviously, the history and all of the complex everything that comes when we are talking about reenacting in anything historical and based in human culture, it was like walking into Red Dead Redemption 2, and it was beautiful, and I loved it. You know what? You are right, Ink Rabbit. The conversation has come up. We decided to wait for Little Sprout to get bigger and join and enjoy. I think I just got excited in my, like, what? That I did forget that. My apologies. But yes, we did want to take Little Sprout to a Ren fair. I've been, like I said, to a couple in different states and everything, and they're fun. It's good. It's good geekery fun. Like, you walk into the D&D realm. But the point of that, how I got there entirely, was Pixie Hoods. There we go. I'm very excited, and D&D and everything. I'm very excited that, like, my kid can express herself in ways where, like, she can wear a pixie hood on her regular clothes, and she can be a little bit, in all of these different realms in just her everyday fashion, because she's working with me, and I know how to sew because my mom taught me and her mom taught her, and it's like, this is cool. Like, these are the opportunities that, like I didn't know who I was for the longest time. I mean, like, not to be like, does anybody? But, I feel especially like, it took me till like 30. And so anytime my little one is like, hey, I think this is how I want this to go. This is my favorite color. This is how I want to dress. I'm like, let's do it. Like, it doesn't have to be forever. It doesn't have to be, but I love that she's already like trying things on and trying things out. I don't need this collar piece because I am making the hood. It's exciting. So yeah, daring to make plans. So I'm very optimistic and hopeful for like Ren fairs again. because again, SoCal has opportunities for stuff. And already, Little Sprout, I made her. If you saw my, I called it my cryptid video, where I made a bunch of like fur hoods. I was a stag. It was a video about me catching up on like promised Christmas presents from like 3 years ago, and then just finally getting out of my own head enough to make them, and it was a journey. But I made Little Sprout a cloak and a fur hood, and she was a jackalope and I was a stag, and it was like, oh yes, like I forgot how much fun kind of like more the Ren Fair realm of like costuming and stuff can be. And I have this ridiculous dream, absolutely ridiculous, but it's something like just like life goals, where I want to make a full-fledged centaur costume and go to a Ren Fair. And I am so excited that centaurs are a playable race now in D&D, because they've always been like an NPC, but I've always wanted to be a centaur. And it, you know, like as many D&D characters as I think we all make, there's part of me that's like, oh, I don't need to make another one. I love my Turtle Bard and I love my Tabaxi. What was I playing? I forgot. Pirate. It was the new pirate class. Swashbuckler? Question mark? It was from 5th edition. We only played those a couple times. She's a pirate. She's cool. But like, you know, oh, my halfling and my druid and my, but it's like, but now I could be a centaur and I want to be a centaur. And I have this watercolor drawing, I guess painting would be the proper term. I have this watercolor painting I did of me and Little Sprout as like gray dapple pony centaurs. And I want to make it reality. And, but like, obviously, again, this is like grown-up dreams. And then, okay, rogue swashbuckler. Okay. It was a rogue, now it's a swashbuckler. Class, specific classing within it. Thank you. So yes, I had a Tabaxi, specialized swashbuckler in the rogue class. But I want to make centaur costumes, and I know that that's ridiculous, because I drive a tiny car. Where am I supposed to put like my horse half? But then I'm like, the best part about that is like I could let my inner horse girl out. It's funny, I'm not a horse girl, I'm more like a goat girl, but horses, like, satyrs are cool, but I really, really, really love centaurs. Because then you are your own cowboy. And I know that's like, yep, welcome to my brain. This is, you're stuck with that now. But like, obviously I know that I can't force my kid into doing anything she doesn't want to do. Like, one, that's just consent. And two, I know that like, I use the Star Wars metaphor a lot. Like, she's not into Star Wars yet. And it's funny, as a parent, you're like, oh yeah, I can't wait to have like little baby me who's into the same fandoms. And she's like, you know, that's cool. And I'm like, I respect that. I do. If you ever want to get into Star Wars, I'll just be over here. I'll wait. So like, I hope that like maybe if we go to a Ren Fair once, and maybe like, cause she's got a really cute like fairy costume, which I love. There's something about little girls dressed as fairies, and little kids, actually, you know what, gender doesn't have to have anything to do with it. Little kids dressed as fae is just adorable. They were in, without giving too much personal information, one of my nieces had her quinceañera, and Little Sprout was in the party, and they were all dressed as fairies, and it was the cutest thing. So yeah, like we've got fairy costume, we've got cloaks, we've got things. Like, I'm ready for a Ren Fair. So it's like, I hope that if I can take her once and she like loves it, she'll get that costume bug, and then she'll want to be a centaur with me. Because how cute. Like it's one of those things where it's like, I'm enough of a cosplayer and I can put aside my anxiety to be like, whatever, I'll just wear a giant costume if everyone stares at me for good, bad, and different reasons. That's who I am. But like, I want her to be ready for that, because it's a different kind of enjoyment in an event when you're wearing a costume that like requires a handler almost. So like, I don't want it to be her first Ren Fair experience, because that's a lot. But I'm hoping we can work up to it, and then she's just as excited, and then we can be like gray dapple centaur ponies together. Because that would be so cool. So cool. And if it doesn't happen, I'll still just be a centaur by myself. That's cool. You know? I just know it would be cute. And yeah, she is on her way to, like, I'm reading the chat. She's on her way to that costuming stage. She was Toadette for Halloween, which, like, for a 5-year-old's costume, like, that was a whole headpiece. It had the braids, it lit up. Like, it was definitely more than, and like, and this isn't like a no judgment, but more in just, I'm very proud of her. It was more than just like the Party City one-layer costume. It involved like a headpiece, you know? And so like, I'm hopeful. Again, I can't, if she wants to do cosplay, I'll be here. If she doesn't, that's fine too. You know, like, I respect that. But yeah, no, like, the Hilda movie came out. And if you're unfamiliar, Hilda is a children's cartoon series based on the graphic novels by Luke Pearson, and they just had a movie that came out after season 2, and it was fantastic. Hilda and the Mountain King. And just for like our family movie night, we were just getting pizza and just chilling. Little Sprout was like, I want to dress as one of the characters. Like, we were looking through her closet, and she's like, hey, that looks like Twig. And I was like, yep, casual cosplay. I love it. Oh yeah. Okay. So like, again, if you are just joining us, because I see some really new names, so welcome. I love you, my lurkers. And you know, just feel comfortable to jump in whenever you want. But if you are unfamiliar, Ink Rabbit and we co-parent Little Sprout, so that's why a lot of times I'll be like, hey, remember that time, and he'll just jump in. But yes, I started cosplaying in 2006 and did it for a good number of years and really loved it. And I was getting to the point of like ridiculous in a good way costumes, like straight up ones that required a handler. And one of the ones that I was debating about making, and then I ended up moving and life got in the way, was there was an anime that's like such an anime. It was fighter planes anthropomorphized as like cat-eared girls that were witches that had airplane legs. It was called Strike Witches, if you're familiar. I really wanted to make the costume. I liked the anime, it's fine, but I liked the idea of having to make like stilt-legged like World War II airplanes, because like my family's in aviation. It was such a like fun kind of cross in the worlds. But yeah, that would have involved being on stilts all day, and so that definitely would have been like a handler costume. Excuse me, I know how to breathe. I just get excited. So yeah, like the centaurs wouldn't be as dramatic as stilts, but they definitely would require like crowd control and handlers, because you'd have like a horse half. And like, I'm not a small person. I'm, 5'7". If I then had full scale horse, like that is the size of a very large pony at the minimum. If the horseback stands at my mid back, I got legs. It's gonna be a big honking horse flank. It's just gonna be one of those things where like we have to be prepared for that. And so I definitely don't want that to be her first experience, because it's different going and attending an event. And then it's like, there's like stages, like just attending an event in casual clothes. Cool. Attending an event in like casual cosplay, and then like cosplay, and then full makeup cosplay. And then like, I need a handler cosplay. And then the like, I can only wear this for 20 minutes at a time because I need to pee kind of cosplay. So it's like, yeah, I want her to experience it very casually first. Like we can do fairies, we can do whatever. And then like work up to it if she's into it. But someday, I'm going to declare it. Someday in the next 5 years. That's a long time, because I'm going to be gracious with myself. I'd rather have it be in the next 2, but I also know that the world is weird right now, and the last 2 years, I'm going to make a centaur costume, like a full-on, like I want the legs to move when my legs move, centaur costume. So, and at this point, because it's now a playable character, maybe it'll be my D&D character, and then I'll have just that extra layer. Like just an extra layer of geek frosting on top of that. So, Little Sprout, let's do a Ren Fair. It's funny as I'm looking around, because again, if you're new, hi, I'm Catherine. If you're just jumping in, I have a school bus. This is where we are right now. That's why sometimes it shakes. This is my studio. Art, my bus. He is about 100 square feet on the inside. He's a shorty. And this is where I do my art practice. And so like, it's just a glorious tin can filled with geekery and nerdery, and I'm very, very happy and very fortunate to have this studio space. What's fun is, because it is a small space, I can kind of just look around and see things from, so many different like eras of geekery and things that I've done. And I have, speaking of Ren Fairs, definitely went through the like pirate wench phase, as you do as a young 20-something, and I had one of those bats that, obviously more buxom humans, they worked a little bit better, that you put in your shirt, and it was like the puppet. And I've got my little bat buddy up there, and it's cool to, I'm so excited. And I'm 30, I'm like level 30 human artist class. I guess I'm a bard. I'm so excited to just continue to evolve into like an elder geek. I've been through a lot. I've seen a lot of good changes in geek culture. I've been through a lot of the bad. And so like just to be kind of raising the next generation and being able to be like, okay, you know, this was like such a hard thing to either come by or be proud of or have accessible, and to just have it be easier now is thrilling, absolutely thrilling. And I get really, really excited about that because, you know, this wasn't always easy, and it would have, there are definitely times where I was like, I don't know, is it worth it being like kind of constantly on the fringe of everything just so I can roll some dice and be a weirdo? But yes, I definitely think it was. And, you know, now like I can fiercely protect, but also more importantly, kind of play support to the, you know, the next generation that's on their adventure. And so if someday I just end up being, you know, the old witch that hands out swords in a cool tree hut, well, you know, adventure on. Adventure on, you geeks. I love you all, you know? So, to handing out swords to the next generation. So yeah, how that ties back in is this coat has a pixie coat version, so yay, fairies. Let's cut out some more pattern pieces. Or did I finish? That's what, see? Okay. Now what I'm going to do is there is one piece that wasn't on the diagram because I have a slightly wrong diagram, which is fine, not the pattern maker's problem. This is a me issue. I need to assemble this piece, so we're going to give it our best guess based on the other pieces. I have the general shape of everything, just need to figure out where it all goes together. Classic. Okay, so I don't need the classic round hood. I just need the pixie hood. And that's what's interesting too about a pattern with options. This one has a classic collar, a classic round hood, and then the pixie hood. But we're doing the pixie hood today, so I don't need the collar and I don't need the round hood. So I can get rid of... I can set to the side the pieces that I do not need. So I'm just going to like make sure they match up, like, ta-da, it's a round hood, and then put that over there. Whereas the pixie hood is a lot more dramatic, and it'll be around. I'm still getting my braid together. I think it's under here. Oh, I don't need that one either. And see, what's neat about this pattern is it also allows for like making your own, what are those called? Toggles. Making your own toggles, which are like a loop and then a sticky part that like goes through, like Paddington Bear's coat has toggles. So like if I wanted to make my own fastening loops, I would need that piece. I'm not making my own fastening loops because Little Sprout has asked for a zipper on her coat, which I respect, even though I'm slightly terrified because I think everyone's allowed their strange demons. I'm really good at putting in zippers. I just don't like them. And so anytime something needs a zipper, I'm like, are you sure? Are you sure? I could do snaps. I could make something harder that's more work for me, but isn't as scary. But why do I do that other than sometimes avoiding things makes them easier? I don't know. Why are we like this? Why indeed? Okay, these are the hood pieces. It's just spread out over 6 pattern pieces. So just got to put it together. And this is where the little alignment arrows are handy. And this is where, big surprise, cutting out and having the correct diagram would be handy. Now, what is useful... Oh, the pixie hood is really pointy. Is that, and I'm going to see if you can see this, I've got the right shapes for everything. I just don't, they just don't correlate to the grid that I'm using. And I think I lost a piece. That's what happens when I get on a like 30-minute sidetrack about Ren Fair. So, is what it is. It's who I am. All right. So the good news is we have a finished sleeve. Let's see that there. Zippers are scary, but so are buttonholes, says Quilted Koala, aka my mom, aka Oma. Yeah, buttonholes are worse. So I'm just holding up the finished pieces. This is both nice and like, woo, everybody look, everybody ooh, everybody ah, and also just making sure I didn't slip any unfinished pieces inside my stack. So a little bit of razzle dazzle so that we make sure we have all the right pieces. Okay, so pixie hood. Pretty sure that's pixie hood because I'm just missing the back. Here it is. Oh, and here it is. Okay. We got it. We figured it out. we big brained our way through that. Oh, which speaking of, because one of the things I'm like simultaneously always excited about and always like about is the sheer amount of graphics work that is involved in being a Twitch streamer. I was so excited when I unlocked emotes when I made affiliate, and then it was like, oh no, I have to make those. Which like it's one of those where it's a good problem to have, but like one of the things we say here is even good stress is still stress. And then, you know, making like bits tier badges and like the monthly sub continuation badge things. And it's like, wow, this is really cool, but also like a lot of work. So I'm going to make sure that like I'm celebrating that work, and I've been really good about doing this for my other friends who are on Twitch, but not so good at myself. So I'm trying. I'm learning. I made a new emote, so if you are subscribed to this channel, you should see a new emote today. It just got approved. It's the big brain emote. So feel free to use that both genuinely, because sometimes we do earn a big brain moment, and also feel free to use it ironically, because sometimes I definitely do make things way more overcomplicated than I needed to because I big brained through them. So in a loving way, feel free to use that emote. I think Game Rabbit used it earlier when I did something with this pattern, and I wanted to shout that out, and then got distracted about Ren Fairs. So thank you for using the new emote. It makes me happy. It's like, yay, I did a thing. I did a thing. Okay, that looks like it goes there. Talk about puzzle games. This is like, it's one in its own. But we are getting towards the end of having this cutout, which is really cool, and also leads us to like a scary impasse where it's like, hey, we did it, we made the pattern, and now we have to do it out of fabric, and that's scary because I don't want to like wreck my fabric, and then like what if it doesn't go right? And it's I don't know, it's in the like most refreshing way. Even when you know what you're doing, sometimes these things still get like hang-uppy, like, oh, but isn't this good though? I did good. Yes, we did good, but we got to continue, even though that can be very, very scary to continue. So, like, I hope y'all, like, you know, get what I'm talking about, as in just, like, even if it's something you've done a lot, there are definitely steps that can be like, oh, no, I'll just stop here. And there's that valley of uncertainty before you, like, clear back into the, like, hey, I know what I'm doing, into that land. So we make a lot of metaphors on this channel, so buckle up. But it just, I don't know, for me, it's like trying to make sense of being creative, being ADHD, being who I am, and then also just trying to be like, hey, I highly doubt this is like just me. I think we all go through this. And so just knowing that somebody else gets it, it helps. Okay. So this is almost the back. And like I said, this is just kind of like the world's least fun, but also really cool puzzle. Where we just line things up. I know how to use scissors. I also hope too that like not to be like, oh, I know what I'm doing, but like I know what I'm doing because I've done stuff like this before, and so I know enough to know what I don't know, which is like kind of that fun but also like worst stage in learning where you're like, cool, I know enough to know how little I actually know and how much I still have to learn, and like that can be a lot. It can really be overwhelming. But I also hope too that like it shows that I've got a certain level of stuff I'm comfortable doing, but there's always so much to learn and to like continue to discover. And it's like, we're going to do that together, even if like there's still a huge part of me that would like, that wants to like, no, I'll go figure it out and I'll come back when I know what I'm doing. But it's not how these things work. And it is kind of more fun to do this together. See, I misplaced a piece. So wherever you are on your journey, like if you are just starting, welcome. Ask your questions, because I'm at least in the middle somewhere. And if I don't know the answer, I at least know where to turn to. You know, I've got elders to turn to. I've got friends that are more advanced and that kind of thing. But I'm also in that stage where it's like, you know, if you are ready to take the next jump with me, let's go on an adventure. Let's go out and just, you know, it's just sewing. We're not gonna combust. It's gonna be fine. So we can put together pieces of a pixie hood and geek about Ren fairs. So now my brain is definitely working some overtime on Pony Centaur Land again. But can you just imagine it? Like if I had velvety haunches and I was a pony. I want to be a pony. Like the ultimate evolution of the horse girl. Become the pony. Become the horse. And like, I don't know. I think it's also just like, I've always loved, and this is something I've talked about a lot because we've been talking about like the 501st and, oops, pardon me, this is mom mode. Everybody's good. Everybody's live. Everybody's happy. We've been talking about this with the 501st, like the Star Wars Costuming Guild, where they do charity stuff, and I've realized how much I really want to actually be a charity cosplayer and like do like, you know, the whole children's hospital thing and the like, just be there, be the nerd in costume that can make a kid's like life different, you know? Like we look up to these heroes and these archetypes and these everything, and now we can like embody them to make the next generation really like empowered. And so it kind of goes along with that, and it also kind of goes along with like just really big mom feels where I'm like, I think there's always going to be part of me, especially now that I like have a kiddo, but there's also always a part of me that really tried to fight for like the accessibility and not overwhelming people with conventions. And I don't know when it started, but it didn't seem to really matter what I was dressed up in. Like I just always remember walking down the streets in LA, going to Anime Expo, and without fail, I would be stopped by like a sweet elderly couple, and they'd be like, "Hun, what is this?" And I loved that for whatever reason, and you know, like it didn't, you know, they stopped me and they were just like, "Hey, can you explain?" And I think that's kind of where like I realized I wanted to be in teaching in some respect, and I wanted to just like not make anybody feel like an outsider in a lot of ways that like sometimes these things can be outsidery. And it didn't matter if I was in like 6-inch platform heels with like giant pigtails. I loved that for whatever reason. And like I have a lot of theories on this, and some of them are good and some of them are bad, but like for whatever reason I was approachable, and I want to like honor that gift. And you know, I figure if it's a racial privilege thing, if it's a gender privilege thing, if it's a I looked safe enough kind of thing, I'm going to look forward in a, you know what, I'll just run with that and continue to make it safe for people on both sides of it, within the community and outside the community. So it's like I hold that with a great respect and the weight that it deserves. But I also realize that it's a unique opportunity to be able to just, you know, kind of be the bridge and hold hands on both sides and be like, hey, you asked, I want to teach. Or, you know, like if you're inside this community, I'm going to fight protectively so that you feel safe here. And that's something I think that is really important. And so taking all of those feels and then taking like the mom feels, like Ren fairs are super cool. And I feel like they're pretty accessible, just in general. And they're a fun place where a lot of people bring kids. But I also know that like, you know, as somebody like who understands and like just mental health wise, spectrum wise, all that kind of thing, some of these places can be kind of overwhelming. And so it's like, if I have already kind of been a little bit of a beacon, I'll just continue to be a beacon. And so it's like, if I'm a pony, if I am a centaur and a mom and I have my kid with me and my family with me, like if I can be a moment of calm where like if there's a kid who is overwhelmed and they can come up and like very safely know that like I'm not a creep and they can like meet a centaur, you know, like I would love to have that connection, you know, like have them come up and like, you know, maybe that's the interaction they need to start to talk to all the fantastical characters at these Ren fairs, and that kind of warm fuzzy, you know. And so it's like it's a hope, it's a just like, you know, just that like I want to like be there if I'm needed. and just continue to like protect and shelter the little baby nerds, because I was, and I still am, but I was very, very shy. And I know that like these things in these spaces can be overwhelming, and I want them to have fun. And it's like, like I think that is a positive shift I've seen, is a lot of people are very welcoming and open, and it's not a contest and a like, oh, you're cosplaying the same character as me, get out. No, it's like, hey, we're the same. I've seen such great shifts. But like now I'm looking through it with like even more like mom focus. So like I think that's kind of why the centaur thing just really like feels warm and fuzzy in my heart, is because it just kind of connects a lot of dots together. And not that anyone needs some big reason to do what they want to do. Again, if you're out there being creative and it's your stuff, your body, you're not hurting anybody, go do it. But if it can be like, for me, in my own mind, if I can do something that then has just like extra layers to it, then cool. Like I'm gonna have my extra layers. So it's kind of, like I said, that's just kind of where I am with things, and it's exciting to me. So thanks for letting me talk about that. I just want to be a velvet dapple centaur. Like, sounds cool. So okay, I did it. Puzzle mode complete. This is the pixie hood, so you can really see the shape here. Let me really see the shape. So this is, imagine the face opening, so it's going to curve around, and this is where like it gets a little complicated to go from 2D to 3D. So I'll go slow, let me know if you have questions, but again, we're kind of on this together. This is where your face would poke out, so face, nose, chin, head would go in here, and then that's the pixie hood. Gotta remember to breathe. Obviously, it's going to look different when it's made out of fabric. Also, a thing to account for is all of these pieces have seam allowance. If you're new here, seam allowance is what holds everything together on the inside that nobody sees but is integral. If you've got two pieces, I've got paper so now I can join things, and you're trying to sew them together, if you sewed like really close to this edge and then opened your pieces up, they might start to pull apart because those stitches would be so close to your edge that it would fray. Seam allowance is when you back your stitch up an appropriate amount so that you have integrity behind you. You have extra fibers so that your stitches don't immediately rip out. Thank you, I will hydrate. Thank you, Mom. That's what seam allowance is. So these pieces have it built in. I promise. And it's 3/4 of an inch, so that's 1 centimeter approximately of seam allowance. So they are bigger than they need to be because then we're going to make them smaller. So if you're thinking that this looks awfully large for a 5-year-old child, it's because it is, but it's also going to be in 3D, bend around a round object, and then it's going to have seam allowance, and it's going to have seam allowance for finishing details. That's why it is so large, which is why, like, you saw how big that sleeve is? All right, I did the water thing. Thank you. Reaching. Like, this is the sleeve. So, like, here's my sleeve for like scale. If you were to just line this up on my arm, it's almost most of the way down my arm, which again, I'm like 5'7", 5'8", and lanky. So like I got arms, but by the time that this is finished, we're going to lose immediately 3/4 of an inch to seam allowance on every single side. And then this is meant to have about a 2-inch cuff. And then finishing details, like this is going to shrink, and then this is half. So the sleeve's only going to be this big. Like it'll work out. But that's where the brain math, this math, I totally respect that that's where it gets a little bit fuzzy, like, and can get complicated and overwhelming. Absolutely overwhelming. Which is why, especially for a project like this where I'm easing myself back into sewing, I'm using somebody else's pattern. I'm going to make it my own, of course. That's what happens when you make things. But, like, I don't need to get so hung up on this math to where I don't make the thing. So, like, there is, like, no shame in using patterns. There's no shame in using tutorials. There's no shame in this because, like, you don't have to know how your car works in every single step to go out and drive it. You have to be a licensed enough and a proficient enough driver, and that's good enough. It's the same in here. There's no gatekeeping as far as like patterning. and everything. So that's where we are with this. So now, here's where it gets fun. I need to cut fabric, which is always slightly terrifying, no lie. There's two schools of thought, and did I bring it out? Hold on one second. Okay, so when I was working with the other pattern, I did what was called a mock-up. It's M-O-C-K, next word, up. That's when you do a like trial version of your garment in a cheaper fabric to make sure that it's gonna work, especially when you're making clothes, unless, again, you're perfectly as the pattern drafter intended you to be, and everyone's a different, gloriously different shape, and so like I would normally recommend doing a mock-up, because when we did the first mock-up for the first pattern, it didn't fit my kit, like, at all. The shoulders were in the wrong place, which made the chest too tight, which then made the sleeves too short, and I looked at it and went, I know technically how to fix this, but I know I'm not skilled enough or have enough desire to want to fix this, which is why we're here with a different pattern. So, you're thinking, well, Catherine, if the first pattern you bought, you did a mock-up and found that it had problems, shouldn't you do a mock-up with this pattern to see if it has problems? And the answer is yes. Yes, I should. However, I'm not going to. And whether that is playing with fire, whether that is just for me, there's like two schools of thought. There's doing something absolutely technically by the books correct and fixing it and just going as you go. And then there's like that fear of starting something to where you get so caught up in doing it by the book that you never do it. And then there's the just starting and knowing that at least if you have something to fix, there's something that you've got started with, if that makes any sort of sense. I think on this one, this pattern had more technical specifications behind the scenes. It had a very specific measurement chart that then it had like, what are your measurements, and then here's the finished garment measurements. So I had more technical information on the other side of it than with the other pattern. So armed with math, I feel like I should just go for it, because it is already practically January. Now, winter did just start 2 weeks ago, and our winter does go through about March. But I want my kid to wear this, and I know that if I get, like, this isn't a forever garment. It's not a wedding dress. It's not a, like, I'm holding on to this keepsake amazing. Like, sure, I'm proud of my work, and I want this to be something she treasures, and if she so chooses to keep it as an heirloom, great. It's coat. It's practical. It's something that I want her to have, because right now, this isn't keeping her warm. The mock-up isn't keeping her warm. And so whether or not I will regret this decision, and this is what's fun, is you get to come along with this journey with me, I trust the math behind this one and the information I've been armed with to feel like I should just go for it. So, welcome to Trial by Fire, Sewing Edition. So we're just going to jump into it. Now, the other pattern was very cute, and I can tell you, I'm going to say I can tell you what I did wrong, or I can tell you where the assumptions went awry. It was a very, very cute coat pattern, but it was more geared towards infants, which, like, I hope someday, I have a couple friends who really, really want kids, and I hope that I can reuse that pattern someday and make them tiny, tiny little coats. When I was using it, I was using the very, very, very last size that it was sized up for. It was still kind of in infant proportions, and my kid inherited my lankiness, and so I understand why it didn't work out. Again, not a reflection, like a bad attack or bad reflection of the pattern. I just know what happened. Looking at this pattern already, and then, like I said, with the math, I feel more confident. So, everybody good? Hopefully that makes sense. Again, if you have questions, I don't bite. Please, there's no wrong question. If you want to know how I'm doing something, why I'm doing something, what I'm doing something with, please ask in the chat, because this is as much an exploration and a performance art in doing something that I get to share as it is an opportunity to teach. And like I said, I'm very strongly in the middle of a lot of skill sets, to where I understand the beginner's journey and I understand where I don't know and can go find masters and talk to. But I feel like, again, I am mildly qualified to hand out advice halfway along the path. So if you are halfway along the path with me, we're in good company, you know? Because that's where we are. That was very loud. My apologies. All right, so let's get to it. So the easiest one for me to start with are the sleeves. So I'm tempted to line it. Okay, so obviously the best place to start when you're working with a pattern is to read the instructions. Like, I know that sounds really obvious, and like, I get it. What's important is to know what you need and why. And so even on the pattern, and this will happen with big box patterns too, this one says cut to exterior and cut to lining, and cut is a mirrored pair, which means I have to be very careful with this. This piece is not exactly symmetrical, which means I need to make sure that one of my outsides faces this way and one of my outsides faces this way. And this is where, and I know my brain struggles with these kind of proprioceptive flippy bits, I have to make sure I'm very careful on. And so just like exclamation point, like, be aware that if it says to cut it in a mirrored pair, it's because you're going to have a right sleeve and a left sleeve. And that can get kind of mangly in the brain. And I totally get it, because proprioception. Goodness. It's a big fancy word for knowing where things are in space in relation to where your body is in space. And sometimes things get twisted around. And it doesn't make you any less smart. Just we all have specialties, and we all have, you know, things that are a little harder. So, here we go, is a proper selvage. It is Goose Creek Gardens, a collection of lovely goods by Michelle Marco for Poppy Cotton. So there's our cute fabric. Now this is all pre-washed. It has been lovingly folded and put in that cute basket because cute. But it has all been pre-washed, and that is something that I would stress highly. I get it. I'm an impatient bean. But if you have brand new fabric, or actually, you know what? If you have fabric at all, because if you are sourcing from thrift stores, which is awesome, if you are sourcing it brand new, also cool. Live your aesthetic. There's going to be different things in the fabric depending on where it's come from. So you always want to wash it to make sure it's clean and safe. But then also, if it is new, it will contain things like formaldehyde, and that is to set the dyes, and that is to make it stiff and pretty when it is on the bolt. You don't want that in your finished garment. Also, this is cotton. When you get cotton hot, it shrinks. So it's better to shrink it before you sew it into a very specifically sized garment and then have it go through the washing machine. Especially because I know this is for a child, and this will go through the washing machine because kids are gross. Love them, but they're gross. So I want this pre-washed so that I don't spend all this glorious time making something and then shrink it in the washing machine. So this is clean. It's soft. All the stabilizer gunkiness from the production has been taken out. It's lovely. Now, if I wanted to, for ease of cutting out patterns and workability, I could iron this and I could starch it because it's already been pre-shrunk. I'm not going to, and that's just personal workflow. You're gonna learn really quickly that I'm a little bit chaotic, and so if it's fine, it's fine. And it's not that I don't care. It's just that I know that I've got X amount of patience, X amount of time to work on things. And if I get hung up starching at this stage, I'll stay here forever. I'm looking for pins is what I'm doing. I'm going to try and at least narrate through my brain. There's my pins. I have to get up. So everyone take a stretch because I also have to stretch. Also, Closing Koala put in chat, also sometimes the dye will run, and that is absolutely correct, and I've had that happen in a quilt. It was awful. So when fabrics are dyed like this, sometimes they are not color fast, which means they are set and dry and good enough until you get them wet again. And so it is often very good to make sure that, if I bring this gorgeous burgundy in, that if I throw these together in the washing machine, this isn't going to bleed out and ruin my other fabric. So pre-washing is important. And then it also just, like I said, to me, it makes me feel better because I know this is clean and safe and just ready to go. So I'm going to unfold my fabric. Now I'm going to try and be as efficient as possible with this. One, just because that makes me feel responsible. But it also, that way if I come into problems later, if I have more fabric, then I have more fabric. So I'm going to move all of my pieces over here and just use my sleeve. So again, I have the sleeve. Now, I am going to make this a little bit more. If you can tell, this sleeve right here, there is a line and it says lengthen or shorten here. When I was looking at the math and talking to my mom about this pattern, she did say if it was easy that I should probably make the sleeves longer. Now, if you are new to pattern making, it might not make sense why this is right here. Like, why not just add 2 inches to this end? It's the same difference, right? Well, if you can tell, if I line this up on an edge up here, you can see how this is very much on a diagonal. So like each size is at a different like degree. And so if I just tacked on, now if I do them all the same, I'd probably be okay. But following the pattern, following the cuff, following everything, there's a reason. So this is the point where all the different sizes start to diverge. So that's the point where it's safe to add in, say, an extra 2 inches. So I'm going to take this scrap of paper here because I have it. And I'm going to add in 2 extra inches. So what was neat about this pattern, and in reading through the Sewists, which is a portmanteau of sewing and artist, I like it because it's non-gendered, like seamstress, and also just there's an artistry in this. So sewist is a really nice term. When they developed their pattern, they purposely did already make the sleeves longer. And I know sometimes it is really nice to have like floppy sleeve. They knew this quote was for coats. Kids grow at exponential rates. And so it was nice. Now, I looked at the finished garment and then I held it up to an existing piece of clothing of Little Sprouts. And there wasn't as much cuff when I looked at her arms. Little Sprout's arms are longer than apparently the 5-year-old they measured for this pattern. So I'm going to preemptively add in 2 inches so that I get that glorious 2-inch cuff. And what's neat about this pattern is it was made to grow. It's boxy, it's longer in the body and longer in the sleeves, so that when they have a growth spurt, it just then shortens itself up to a normal length coat. And then you can undo the cuff on the sleeve, which again, just for sake of explanation, a cuff, and then ta-da, bonus sleeve. So I'm going to add in some more so that we make sure we get that cuff, because that's fun. And then we should get an extra year out of this because this is a size like 5 that goes to a 6. So I'm going to line up my straight edge again and then go to, why is that not on a tail? Okay, there you go. So this is how we do this. And then add 2 inches. I don't know if I need the full 2 inches. You know what? We're going to do it. We're going to add the full 2 inches in there. So see how I've just continued on that line, knowing that's the straight edge and then that's the diagonal edge. At least we're assuming. And then, oops. There we go. Tape it straight, pretend like you know what you're doing, and move on. So that's how you would alter a pattern for just basic alignments or basic things like lengthening. A lot of times a well-designed pattern will have a specific mark where you lengthen or shorten. Now, if it was shortened, obviously you'd cut and overlap. Leaving these parts untouched, you're doing it right in the like this range. So that was exciting. So now we have our sleeve, which was funny because with that addition, now it could almost fit me. But this will allow for a lovely amount of cuff. So, and what's cool too is based on how this coat is made, if I need to take a little bit out, maybe I should only do an inch. Maybe I should only do an inch. Nah, we'll get more. We'll get more out of it. I always have the problem where, and the exception of this giant sweater that I'm wearing today, I have like never had sleeves that do the sleeve thing because I just have long limbs, which I love, and I'm not, putting myself down on. It's more just, it's very hard to do the cute, like, large sweater thing. that's not straight. Give me a second. Okay. Oh, the grain line's up there, but not. I'm just going to fiddle with this. Again, I'm just really trying to make sure that I don't, make more problems than I need for myself. Because guess what? I'm good at that. That's what I'm good at. Okay, so I just looking at it from a couple different points of view. Making sure that everything is true from a certain point of view. And then we are going to go in. So because these need to be a mirrored pair, I'm going to have right side facing both in and out, and I'm going to fold from this fabric. So I'll show you what that means. So I need one shape with this writing up, and I need one shape with the writing down because the shapes are different. So what you can do to achieve that in one fell swoop is take your fabric and fold so that your quick lesson on fabric, the right side is the pretty side that we want showing out. The wrong side is the opposite side. Now, here's where it gets interesting because, like I said, every rule is meant to be broken. Like Hawaiian shirts are actually, this would be considered the right side out, and this would be the wrong side because they like the way that it comes through the dyes from the back of the fabric. So, obviously, you choose for our intents and purposes. This is our right side, this is our wrong side. So what we're going to do is we're going to have a right side facing out and a right side facing out. So we're going to fold our fabric like so and see which way. Is this a square? Check something really quick. I just want to be efficient. It isn't a square. Okay, this is our longer way. There we go. Okay, so I want to be efficient with this. Hey, Anna Lee or Anna Leah, let me know. Welcome to the chat. We are making a goose coat for my daughter, Little Sprout. So if you know her IRL, that's what we call her here on the channel. If you don't, well, welcome. And we are working on a sleeve. So I am laying out our fabric. This is, again, the Goose Creek Garden collection. And we're going to see if it works for our sleeve. So, see how by like not folding it in half, I've already made it to where if we were to cut here, we get like a good usable piece of fabric. What we're going to do is we're going to keep kind of just smooshing. Keeping it with the grain line there as well, to where we get as much usable fabric as possible. Because then we have all this delicious fabric still to use. Like, scraps are inevitable. It's part of it. And honestly, I'm of the opinion of if you made scraps, it's because you were making something and it's your fabric and go with it. But if you can be efficient to where then, oh, and thank you so much for the follow there. If you can be efficient and get more out so that you can make more things, well, cool. Or, pass it to a friend or, trade. Like, I know my mom's sewing group, they love to trade a lot. So it's like, if you can get your project and then have some materials to spare, well, then there you go. Everyone wins. So we're just going to kind of keep shimmying and just getting, look at how much just that offset, where this is still totally folded, we now have that much more useful fabric. So, yeah, it's worth it. I think it's worth a little bit of being efficient. And I could get more efficient with this, but what's going to start happening is I've got a little bit of a raw edge here, so I want to cut that off. And then I'm going to come up to this fold, and I'm trying to keep my grain line straight. Now, grain line is, it applies to the warp and the weft, which is like, you've got fibers going this way and you've got fibers going that way, and that's how you make fabric. You want to make sure that if you were dealing with a stretch fabric, you pay attention. Luckily, this is a quilter's cotton. It doesn't have too much of a stretch, only on the bias, which we'll get into later, and I'm just laying it with a straight. In chat, oh, Oh, I do have a kid. And they are 38 weeks with your second. Congratulations, and I wish you all the best with the upcoming delivery. I have a daughter. We call her Little Sprout here, and she is 5.5. So it's been an adventure. So congratulations on the impending little one, and to your first little one. How cool is that? I also really like meeting like other parents on Twitch, because it's just neat to see how the demographics have shifted, and it's like, yes, we are the nerds of yesterday, and now we have our little geeklings with us. So wherever you are on your life journey, it's still really exciting to see all sorts of people. So I'm gonna pin this. I'm trying not to like headbutt the camera here, so I guess everyone gets to see my headband. I felt fancy today, and it matched my sweater. So we're just gonna pin this. So I'm just taking straight pins and jamming them through. So there we go. I've also just a moment of appreciation for the cute teacup pin cushion here. Obviously you want to keep this as straight as possible. I'm already breaking my own rule. See this line here with the arrows? I know it's a little bit tricky to see. There is a line with an arrow facing that way and an arrow facing this way. We want to keep that on grain, which again goes back to that warp and weft thing that I was talking about. So I'm gonna push this through and just straighten it up. And that's why I gave myself a little bit of room. I could be more efficient and eke out that extra centimeter of efficiency here, but I also know that like you've got to add in a little bit of wiggle room, so that when you caught myself, I need to add more wiggle room. Okay, we're pausing. This is actually a really great learning opportunity, and something that I could recover from, but I can make my life easier. Okay, so you know how I'm talking about fabric efficiency, and I've built in a little bit and a little bit. That would be great if I was just making this out of this fabric, and then cutting this as a lining, and cutting it as the facing, and moving on with my day. However, I forgot that I'm quilting this. And while that is exciting and makes for gloriously comfy clothes, quilting adds shrinkage. So I need to add more fabric to this. So remember how when we first started, I talked about how people were taking pre-done quilts and cutting them up? Well, that works really well because you already know how much it's going to shrink. Chances are it's been washed. It's already rumply and wonderfully quilted. And then you just cut your pattern piece and go from there. I'm making these into quilted pieces, and then I have to make sure they're the right size. So I need to add back in a little bit. So I'm just going to give myself, like, I don't know, an extra 3/4 of an inch. It's not dramatic, but to account for the inevitable shrinkage that will come. So I'm actually really, really glad I was talking, because I would have completely forgotten that. Now, what would have happened if I had cut these exactly to size? I would have just had to have been really careful with my quilting, and it might not have been a problem. And what we'll get to see is how much it does shrink, because, you know, like I said, we're doing this together. So if it shrinks, we'll adjust. And then that's when, okay, so like, remember how we talked about seam allowance, and really it's just that like bonus structural integrity behind the scenes. If I had cut these exactly and had they shrunk up a tiny percentage with quilting, I could take it out of the seam allowance, and especially if I then went and serged or overlocked my seams, I could get away with less seam allowance, so we could recover from it. But we're going to go into this with the let's just have it work the first time and not have to make it work kind of attitude. So, which is one of those where it's like, part of me is like, nah, I could have figured it out, and other parts of me are like, no, be kind to yourself, give yourself that extra fabric, because, like, again, it's your fabric, you bought it, you're gonna do with it what it is. And honestly, on this side of things, if I like lost an inch, I lost an inch, my fabric. So hopefully that all made sense, and you can kind of laugh along with my mistake in the way that it is a good teaching thing. And that's like kind of what I love about all of this, is like, even when I know what I'm doing, because I'm following a pattern, like, I shouldn't have to overthink these things, but I am, because I'm making it more complicated by making it a quilt coat. So there's always going to be an opportunity for learning, even if you're the one teaching. So that's what we're going to do. So now, like I said, we have our mirrored pieces. So we have one piece with it facing this way, and then when we cut it, it's going to face that way. Look how lovely. I love this because in the best way, it gives me bedsheet vibes, which I have a set of bedsheets right now from Target that's very much like this, and it's got little ladybugs on it. And part of me is like, oh no, if it ever gets a hole in it, it's just going to have to be a dress. So like, yes, cat, come on the bed. Not that I, encouraging the destruction, but I would be okay if I, oh no, was forced into turning them into a dress. So it's probably going to happen. So now I'm switching from my paper scissors to my sewing scissors. Around here and this is more for me trying to use the right tool for the job and respect my own tools and getting... Oh, hey, Cyborg Kangaroo is hosting. Thank you so much for the host. We're making a quilt coat, so thanks for coming on in. I made up the little rhyme, well, it's not a rhyme, but little saying that silver is for sewing, and so now I only use my silver scissors for cutting fabric, and anything else, which yes, technically we're going to ignore that there's silver there. We're going to use it. Orange is for everything else. Keen Kitchen says, hello, Keen Kitchen, welcome. We are making a quilted coat today. So we've put together our pattern, our puzzling paper pattern pieces, and now we are cutting out the sleeve, mirrored, for 2 versions, and we're cutting with a little bit of extra because we're going to be making this into a quilted coat. So I'm just going to go around, and you can see, if I move this to where my camera can see, you can see that I am leaving more. Now this pattern already has seam allowance built in, so normally, also thank you so much for the follow, Cyborg Kangaroo, thank you. Normally I would cut directly on this pattern edge because this beautiful pattern has been formulated to do that. But again, we are going to be adding in quilting, and there is inevitable shrinkage and shiftage, English. And so I am building in just a little extra so that when inevitably things kind of skew a little bit or shrink a little bit, we can recover. So that's what we're doing here. So I'm just going to cut right along this folded edge, knowing that I'm going to be trimming this later. So I could use a rotary cutter on this edge, but I'm not gonna. So just leaving that little bit of extra. And this doesn't have to be exact because we're going to keep this pattern piece with these. What's going to happen is we're going to cut our facing, our feature fabric. We're going to cut our feature fabric, which is what you're going to see. Then we're going to cut some batting, and then we're going to cut some lining. So if this was a quilt, the batting and the lining would be the 3 layers. Oh, thank you so much to Keen Kitchen for the follow. That would be our 3 layers of quilt. And again, what makes a quilt? The backing, the binding. The backing, the batting, and the top. Reading in chat. Wish I could stay, but I will be back online later if I am still streaming. Well, again, thank you for the host, and wherever your day takes you, I hope it's a lovely one. Thank you so much for bringing your people here, and I hope you have a lovely day. I don't know how long we'll be streaming, but if you are back online when you're back, if we are back online when you are back, you are welcome. So thank you, and have a lovely day. What I was saying is the quilt, so quilts, backing, batting, top, which can be called a flimsy, it can be where the patchwork is, etc., etc. That is, and Happy New Year. That is what we're doing, but in each pattern piece for the jacket. So I have definitely made this overcomplicated, but if you don't know me already, welcome to the intro on me. I make things complicated, whether by choice or unintentionally, but that's life. That is life. That is what being neurodivergent is. That's what being an artist is. And at this point, that's just who I am. So we're going to make things gloriously overcomplicated and make a lovely quilt coat today. So anyway, we're going to be making 3 layers. We're going to be cutting this pattern out 3 times, even though the pattern actually only called for 2, because like I said, that's what we're doing. So now we have facing this way and facing this way, which now, in the best way, you actually kind of finally get to see a piece like as intended. And that's always really exciting to me because, like, when it's paper, it's like, yeah, I get it. It's a sleeve. I understand how shapes work. But, like, now, it's like a sleeve. Like, this is going to be the sleeve. And again, in case you can see, there we go. It looks like it's big enough for me. This is a larger, boxier coat with a built-in cuff. So this is actually going to be for my 5.5-year-old daughter. But Patterns are tricky in the fact that sometimes they are bigger on paper because you have to account for three-dimensional shapes, movement, and then of course seam allowance. So that's where we wrote that one. So that one was probably the easiest shape to cut out, which is funny because like I hate sleeves because, you know, I hate what I fear and what I'm bad at because I'm human. Sleeves are difficult, notoriously, and then I'm already looking at this one and realizing that it's not perfectly symmetrical, which means there's a left sleeve and a right sleeve, and I'm probably going to dork it up. So, like, stay tuned for Catherine dorks up a sleeve, because that happened on the mock-up for the other pattern. So, like, just predictions. Just predictions. But that's okay. We're learning together. So, I can sew a sleeve, but can I swallow water? What I need to do is decide what I'm lining this in, because even just if I was following this pattern as intended, there would be an outer fabric and an inner fabric. Because this is a coat, this is outerwear, it's going to have a lot more seam finishes than, say, like a blouse or a skirt would. So if this is your first piece of clothing that you are seeing being made, like start to finish, I'm excited because it's gonna be a wild ride. And if you are a more experienced sewist, you're gonna empathize, because with outerwear, it needs to be just a little bit more actually. So like the lining helps protect the material, it helps make it so it's easy to slide on and off. So like if you were to look at like if you have a coat, which I'm like looking around and I don't have a coat, you'll notice that sometimes things, like especially like on a suit coat or on like a fancier coat, like a wool coat, you might notice that the lining is actually more slippery. It can be like a kind of a satiny material. That's so that like your sleeve like whoo, just like slides in through that sleeve, which is nice. That fabric's also like a pain to work with. So what I'm doing right now is debating what I'm going to line this with, because I'm making this complicated and making it a quilt coat. Whatever I put as the lining, I have to quilt through. So like I'm hesitant to use a slippery fabric because I have to quilt that and I don't want to. But quilter's cotton tends to stick. So like for sleeve lubrication purposes, it might not be the best lining, but also this is a kid's coat, and as long as she can shove her little arms in there, it's probably going to be fine. It's not going to be so tight. Like, you know, like a nice tailored suit jacket. Like I wish it's in my car. I had jury duty, so I had to wear it the other day, which was fine. I got to be fancy. I lost my train of thought, but that's okay. It's very tailored, and it fits my scrawny little arms, so it's very, very tight. So like jamming another blouse through there without the, I'm now calling like satin and lining fabric sleeve lubrication, without that would be difficult. So I'm trying to figure out exactly what I want to line this in, because what's cool about this coat is whatever we line it in becomes what shows on the cuff. So it's kind of a quilting or a sewing magic trick. So imagine this is our sleeve. When we roll it open, right in chat, if it works, it works. I totally agree, Keen Kitchen. Whatever is going to be on the inside, our lining is going to show. So we want it to be something fun. Now, there are, without getting too sidetracked, there are ways to do it where you just put that cuff fabric on the bottom and then line in something else. There are ways to like hack that, both for fabric efficiency and for sleeve lubrication. But again, we're just gonna do it. So I'm gonna line in whatever actually what we're going to do is we're going to see if I have enough of anything to cut that out of as well. So because I have talked to my client, again, my client being my wonderful 5-year-old daughter, we've discussed some like, I know what she wanted the cuffs to be in, and she liked the light blue collection. So I have quite a bit of this one particular fabric, so I might line the whole sleeve in that. And then it's fun because if you can notice, it is this same pattern in a different colorway. So I know it's going to pop differently because the background colors are different, but let me line it up where you can see the same flowers. So like you can catch this rose, like rose on white, rose on blue. It's the same flowers, just on a different background color, which like is delightful because it feels like two different fabrics, but it's the same. So I think I'm going to see if I have enough to do the full lining in, and I don't. Crud. So this is where, okay, well, we're going to learn something. I have been saying this whole time that this is just as much about me learning how to do something in the like best ways of like relearning. I'm familiar enough to know what I don't know. So sometimes that means just like learning together. So what we're actually gonna do is we're gonna do the half sleeve, half lining fabric, but I'm gonna use muslin for the other half of the sleeve. So let me grab some, or just a white cotton. All right, this is what I call my auxiliary fabric drawer. So let me pull something from the depths. There's patterns. Okay, there we go. Perfect. So I have just a white cotton, which we use most of the time, and in the last couple years have definitely been for mask making. If the camera will pick it up, and I don't know if it will, you can see that it's it's a white on white. So there are little tiny flowers in white ink on white fabric, and it's not showing up. That's okay. Yep, not showing up. Anyway, what we're going to do is we're going to build the inside of the sleeve to get the most out of our fabric. So we're going to do a lot of techniques on this together. So hope y'all are ready. I'm ready. So we are going to keep this very much on this, and now our fabric edge is our new pattern. Set that to the side and get out our white fabric. So yeah, you can definitely see I just cut a mask out of that. What a year. This also has been shoved in a cabinet, so I'd say don't judge me, but no, I deserve it. It could be ironed. Maybe we'll iron it later as a little treat. Or maybe we won't. We'll see. Honestly, like I've said a lot of times, I try to do the absolute best that I can in the moment with the information provided. And that applies to life, as well as crafting. If I know that my big ol' ADHD brain is going to get completely derailed if I have to clean off the ironing board, get the iron out, make space, because I'm in a 100 square feet school bus, which makes for a fantastic studio, but sometimes its own distraction, it means we're not going to iron. And that's all right. Now, I'd love to get my life organized to where I don't have those excuses. But also, I'm a variety streamer, and there's a running joke that I change my setup every time I'm on stream because I'm doing something different. And so, kind of getting into good habits and getting the good... I will have to iron the seam, though, dang it. And see, Quilting Koala is my mom, so she's in here just dropping knowledge and calling me out in the best ways, which I need it. Reminding me that I will have to iron the seam. So, we're just going to iron. I'm not mad. It's more, if anything... I knew that it was inevitable and that my bad habits would catch up with me at some point. So what's going to happen is I need like 2 seconds to clean off the ironing board, see if I can shift the cameras around. If not, I'll just iron off camera and see where we go from there. So what I will do is I will put it on BRB mode. I'll run an ad. As always, ads help support the channel. If you're subscribed, you won't see it, which is kind of a benefit, but you do what's best for you. Take a stretch break. Go potty if you need to. I'm always in mom mode, so like make sure you're listening to your body. And I will iron for a hot second. So please sit back, relax, and I will be right back. All right, we are back with an iron. So I don't need these yet. So welcome back, everybody. I'll give everyone a couple minutes just to trickle back in because, you know, I get it with the manic energy of, hey, scene change. Let everyone have a moment. But also, I'm just going to take a nice hot second to iron here. Not bump all of my cameras. So I've just got a nice simple iron just set up on cotton to give everything a quick press. Which also I'm not complaining about because I just realized that having the iron on in here means it's warmer now. And it was getting a little chilly because the sun went down. So, you know, might not have been what I had intended, but we'll take it, right? Like sometimes you get what you need, or you don't get what you want, you get what you need. However the proverbs go. So this is just, like I said, kind of my generic white fabric. Just kind of giving it a quick iron because then it'll be less rumply and it will be less problematic when I go to quilt it. And even though sometimes it's okay to take a shortcut, sometimes it is okay to also do the work now instead of having to do it later. So definitely appreciate Quilting Koala for pointing out that I will have to iron a seam here, and I might as well just, you know, iron it all. So, which I also realized I'll have to get out the machine, and I think we're going to cut out the rest of the pieces first before we get there. But you know what? There's no such thing in this particular case, in this particular thing, as wasted prep. Life isn't always as kind and fair, but, you know, at least I think that's why, in a lot of ways, crafts and stuff are so appealing. Is because, like, the effort doesn't go away. Like, if I iron, as long as I don't, like, go mess it up, like, it's just gonna stay ironed. If I cut a nice piece properly and give myself grace in the seam allowance, I'm just gonna still have that grace. So, again, welcome to, do I have a hobby or a nerdy fixation, or is this therapy? Sometimes it's just nice to know that things don't always disappear, and things can stay, and everything doesn't have to fall apart. So anyway, while I'm ironing, which I actually quite enjoy, it's just one of those, like, is it worth the distraction? Which feels like the worst game show for people with ADHD, but also would help people understand. Like, while I'm ironing, is anybody working on anything tonight? Are you crafting alongside? Are we crafting vicariously? I know there's a lot of traditional and digital artists in the followers, and I think sometimes I do this, like, I get the feels where sometimes it's fun to follow somebody who's doing something creative but very different from what you're doing, so there's not any, like, overlap, and so the brain, like, can focus or just learn something new and absorb it while you're doing your own thing. And then there's no, like, there's definitely, like, not on this end, but there's, like, no implied competition. And this is, like, like, sometimes I can't watch other people draw while I'm supposed to be drawing, because then it's like, oh no, everyone's better than me, and now I'm just getting in my own head and getting worked up. But if I'm watching somebody, like, woodwork while I'm drawing, there's absolutely no competition. But then I also understand, like, sometimes I like to watch people draw while I'm drawing, because then if I have like, if they say something like, wow, I can't draw eyeballs today, and I can be like, oh my gosh, same, I also can't draw eyeballs. And there's a sense of like immediate camaraderie. So it's all, I always find it really interesting to kind of like, even if nobody answers, which I totally respect the lurking, even if nobody answers, I like to kind of just wonder out loud, you know, if you're crafting with, or if we're parallel playing, or if we're just, you know, here for the cozy vibes, because I totally respect that as well. I think sometimes it's just fun to watch people do things. No matter where you are, I like to, especially like if I'm cooking and I'm waiting for like a pot to boil for a long time, I'm like, yeah, let's watch somebody build a miniature greenhouse. That sounds good. So, which is what's fun for people. Quilting Koala says, I was sewing fox hexagons for my brother's quilts. So that's super cool. There's a really neat quilting technique where you make like kaleidoscopes, where you like stack fabric exactly like the same print of fabric. Say like if you have a panel, and you stack them on top of each other, all like lined up, and then you cut them apart. Then when you take, like, say you have 6 repeats of that same panel, you take that same piece from each panel and line them up, so you get a very cool like kaleidoscope effect, and it's very, very neat. I like it because it's hard, because I like never mean to sound like a fabric snob, but sometimes I have a hard time using like an entire panel in a quilt, because like I might have been, I will gravitate to the fabric because I like the art, and as an artist I like the art, but then as a quilter, if I'm taking that panel and then am I adding enough, and this is again my own internalized everything, and this is no judgment to anybody else, because I love when other people do it, I just get in my own head, but like if I just take a panel which is just like a piece of fabric with like almost like a painting on it, it can be any style artistically, if I just add a border to it, sometimes I get in my own head and feel like that's like not enough. And so what's cool about like the kaleidoscope quilting is you're taking a panel which you can like love the brush stroke qualities and the colors of it, and then you're like hacking it up into enough pieces that I think finds satisfying, if that makes sense. And then it creates something very transformative from that panel. And so it's just a very different way of appreciating a piece of like fabric art. And so it's just neat to see. So my mom's working on one of those for my brother, who likes foxes. So she's got this beautiful orange fox, and this is not a surprise. I'm not spoiling anything. I don't even think he's on stream, but just one of those, like, it's this orange fox on this a really stormy gray background, and so there's all sorts of delicious contrast between all the colors, and it's cool. It's neat to see what everyone's working on. So, and that's another thing too, if you are into it, if you !Discord in the chat, you are very welcome to join our Discord community. And I just added a sewing specific channel there, but we also have arts and chats, we have so what, and all sorts of places for you to share your work, because I definitely want to see what you're working on, because that's cool. Like, you know, we're building a community here, and I also firmly believe in lift while you climb. So if you've been out here like giving me support and helping me reach my dreams, I want to know where I can support you. So you're more than welcome to share your socials, share your artwork, and see if you can, you know, find some more people for the nerdy webs that we weave. So again, !Discord in the chat to find that. Now I just got to get into mom mode for 2.5 seconds because my phone went off. And I've got my little Sprout with her dad, and I like to check in on them. Sometimes they watch the stream, sometimes they're here. Yeah, people are posting very sweet memorial Betty White memes, and now just weird, like, time doesn't feel real, and it's always really hard to like lose an internet celebrity, especially someone as wholesome as her, because it's been a rough enough year. So I won't say too much on that at the risk of, you know, upsetting anybody. Just, I know it's hard all around. but I wanted to send out my condolences. Hey, in chat, thanks for asking. I am digitizing a STEM kit in SolidWorks, super cool, with the hopes that it will help me visualize a senior engineering project down the road. Part A is next semester, which is the design aspect, followed by Part B, where I need to build it the following semester. That's super cool. Awesome. Yes, so, and a clarification in there, SolidWorks is 3D modeling software, if you're unfamiliar. That is super cool. Well, the absolute best of luck with that. One of the cool things too is about all the different ways that people can use technology and like traditional crafts and everything together, and so that is really cool. I personally am not familiar with SolidWorks as far as like actually using it, but a lot of people in my circle are. So but from one digital user to another, and also awesome shout out for STEM, best of luck with that. Best of luck. And you know, if it ever gets to the point where you can share, let us know, because we'd love to see that. So I'm just slapping some fabric down now. So again, big brain, I'm going to cut this with that little bit of a slack, just so that we have some room. And you know, this piece of fabric's also been through the war, as it seems. It's kind of messy, so I'm going to just trim up some edges, and then I'm also going to cut for our cuff. So this is me just kind of getting my head on straight. I did turn off my iron, but it is going to hang out here for a little bit while it cools down. So, yeah, no, I love to hear what everyone's working on, because, like I said, geek's gonna geek, and I really love it, and I really love that there is a community here for, like, even if we don't fully understand everything that's going on software-wise or just project-wise, it's still, there's something about seeing passion. And I was talking a little bit about this when I did like a pre-show today where we built a Lego set for the fun of it. But we talked a lot about just passion projects where it doesn't matter like what you're doing. If like you're putting like good, honest human work into it, there's something absolutely worth celebrating and is absolutely amazing into that, because like you're doing something that, like, you know, especially when it gets to like that passion level, you're doing something that only you can do. And if it, you know, no matter where it comes out, like, that's just some really sweet nerdery, and I get very excited about passion projects. And that's one of the things too, like, we love to celebrate people that are in school, because that is a lot of hard work. School is a lot, and you know, it's exciting to see people like having the opportunity to study and to get even more so into what it is they want to do. So congratulations on the school project for many reasons. Okay, again, cutting this out. Now this fabric does have a right and a wrong side, like we talked about with our feature fabric. So I'm making sure that I have, again, a mirrored pair as per the pattern requested. Now I made a slight mistake, which happens, where I went ahead and cut out the bottom of this, but I actually need to put in some blue. So what I'll do is, with that piece that I have already cut out, I will throw it in the mask making pile and just make sure it gets made into linings. There's no waste. It's fabric. It just happens. And more so, I just wanted to like be like, hey, guess what? It happens. It happens a lot. So I want to, especially when I'm talking, like big braining. Can Catherine talk? And so at the same time, we'll see. I'm going to just use this piece folded in half for the length of the cuff, because I know that it's going to need at least 3 inches showing, but this, I think this is a fat quarter, but cut thin, I don't know. There's some delightfully charming and woefully confusing quilt block size pre-cuts. Some of them are very cute, like layer cakes and jelly rolls. Some are fat quarters or thin eighths. And once you get into it, it makes sense. But it's kind of like learning a whole other vernacular. And when you're just kind of on the fringe, it's like, ah, yes, I know what a fat eighth is. It's an eighth of a yard cut a specific way, so you get more of a square than more of a versus more of a thin. But, you know, it's allowed to be a lot, and it's allowed to be confusing. So I'm just going to cut this in half. And then eventually we're going to sew this But I'm probably, just looking at the time, not going to get to sewing today because there's so much prep work that goes into sewing that sometimes it's ridiculous. So I'm just cutting this in half. I know I kind of pulled it off screen so I could focus. So now what's going to happen is we'll have our outside, which is all in this gorgeous, oops, I pinned it, this one. And then our lining is going to be in this, but I will cut this so that we have this piece. So the inside of our sleeve, if we had x-ray vision, is going to look like that. This will eventually get sewn and trimmed out. I'll use that other piece for scraps for other things. There's no waste. And this will be our sleeve, and then it will get wrapped in this. And so then when it's all finished, and this is the out of our sleeve, and our little cuff comes up, it's like, ta-da, peekaboo, it's cute. Which just makes me happy. So what I'm going to do is pin all this together. I will sew those and trim out the extra there, whoopsies, when I get out the machine. But for now, we're just going to keep on making pattern pieces because that's just 2 sleeves. And we're actually not even done with the sleeve because we still need to cut batting, which I may just be able to squeak a piece out of here. And I'm going to check and see if I have more. If not, I have to go inside, which like isn't the end of the world. It's just a statement. So what I'll do is I'll cut one for the purposes of explanation, and then we'll move on to another piece because it's been like 2 hours on the sleeve, which, like I like to tell my daughter, good things take time, but sometimes it's been enough. And I want to move on to another piece because ultimately this needs to stay exciting so that it gets done. So what I have here is quilt batting. It is fluffy. It's like thin. This one happens to be Warm and Natural, which is a brand. It's a cotton batting, and you can see that it's just like a thin layer of fluff. It's quilt fluff. So to make a quilt, we would take a piece of fabric, slap it down, slap a layer of that, and then slap our quilt top on top, quilt through that, and voila! Easy peasy lemon squeezy. We have a quilt. But right now we're in the difficult part. So we're gonna lay this out, and I'm gonna cut a layer of this. I can't get 2, but I know we'll need some for the hood and stuff. So again, we just use what we have. I'm gonna cut out 1 layer. So what eventually will end up happening is we will sandwich. Our quilt sandwich will be our pink fabric, and then a layer of this, and then our inner sleeve, and then that will get quilted, which I'm planning to do by machine. So again, anytime you have the 3 layers, the backing, the batting, and the quilt top, and then you either sew by hand or machine, or you tie little pieces of thread, or you put buttons, etc., etc. That is how you make a quilt a quilt. So I'm planning on doing it by machine, especially for the sleeves. I'm probably just going to do a grid. Like it needs to be fancy enough to be like, hey, look, this was worth the effort, but mostly utilitarian. So I figure like probably like a 1 to 2 inch grid, just kind of like this ruler, just quilted. Now there are rules as with anything. So you'll need to know your batting. This, I believe, has a 4 to 6 inch rule, which means it needs to be quilted every, I'm just going to say 4. It needs to be quilted every 4 inches in every direction. So like if I did a 4-inch grid, I could go 1, 2, 3, 4, line, 1, 2, 3, 4, line, and then grid back that way. And that would be enough to preserve its structural integrity. The reason that it has rules is, especially like if you're going to machine wash it, this stuff can pick apart. And so like if you only quilted, like if I only just quilted, like, I don't know, in a cross like that, and then put it through the washing machine, it could start to separate and pull. And like if you've ever worn a swimsuit with like the inserts and they like migrate, that's what would happen to your quilt batting. And so by locking it in with the appropriate amount of density in your quilting, that's how you prevent it from just doing the slide over there. So it's always just like, it's always better to over quilt to the point of like diminishing returns than it is to under quilt. So I'll probably start with a 2-inch grid and see where it goes. I don't know. I love grids for some reason, especially like on sleeves. I think, and this is where like I can't avoid being a nerd even for like 15 minutes. You know the outfit that Princess Leia wears on Hoth in Empire Strikes Back? It's white, it's quilted, it's beautiful. I've always loved that jacket, and it, like, with no shade to the costume designer, but it's just a quilted jacket. But that speaks to how, like, beautifully it was done. It stuck with me for, like, I don't know, how old am I? It stuck with me for like 25 years. Like, that jacket is integral to, like, I can't not think about that jacket when I think about anything quilted, especially a quilted jacket, and especially with any sort of kind of on a grid or honeycomb type quilting. So I think I just like gridded sleeves because Princess Leia. So there we go. Gridded sleeves. It's probably what's going to happen. Plus, this fabric's quite busy, so, like, anything more complicated may or may not show up. If I was good at dapple quilting or, like, scribble quilting, where you just woo, which for Star Wars fans is what's on Queen Amidala's dress in Episode 1, the red dress with the glowy olives on the bottom. That's stipple quilting. So there's a lot of quilting in Star Wars. Did you know that? Someday we should do a, like, Star Wars, a quilted journey, and go through everything. But anyway, so like, especially with a very, very busy fabric like this pink one, this white one, it's kind of pink. Not to say there's no point, but unless I'm going to pick out, like, a dark thread and really do some accent quilting, I'm looking mostly for utilitarian density so that I can preserve the structural integrity. That's really it. It needs to be quilted enough so it stays what I want. So it just needs to have just enough effort to be worth the effort. So probably a grid. So I'm going to cut one layer out just so I have it. Again, I will need to do 2 because there will be 2 sleeves, but I can't get 2 sleeves out of this one piece. But I can save all the little pieces for something else. And this is why I've given myself this slack here, is because when this is done, so what's going to happen is I'll make our sandwiches, baste them, which this is the part that I always get really hungry because I'm talking about sandwiches and basting. Basting is when you make your quilt sandwich, so your backing, your batting, and your top, and then you pin the ever-loving heck out of it. You're pretty much doing, like, pre-quilting so that when you go to quilt it, it doesn't shift around. Which, again, like, talk about, first you take big pieces and cut them into small pieces and then stitch them back into big pieces, and then you do all this pre-work so you can do work. It's a labor of love. Obviously I enjoy it, and I only make fun of it because I am in it and it has me. But, just one of those extra steps. So again, like, if anyone ever makes you a quilt or gifts you a quilt, know that there was a lot that went into that. So anyway, each sandwich then gets basted and then quilted. So you can see that I've now got my batting shape. So this is going to be really, like, heckin' warm, which I'm excited about because it's cold right now. Also, like, I should get a penalty or something every time I complain about the weather. It's all with love. It's just, I'm apparently an adult now, and that's what we do. So there we go. So that will be 2 sleeves worth of thickness, but you can see already, like, she's thick, and I'm excited because it's going to keep my little goblin warm, and that makes me feel like I'm giving something that's just full of warmth and love, and I'm covered in fabric, but it's all good. So here's where it gets a little bit more complicated. I can cut out the fronts. I, like a true organizing professional, have all my pattern pieces on the floor, so pardon me. Back, front. Okay, so this is our front pattern piece. For perspective, this is our back pattern piece. So the back gets cut on a fold so that you make, like, one big shape all at once. We're probably going to ignore that because I've got plans. The front, of course, cannot be cut on the fold because you have to be able to get into it. Like, if you're making, like, a sweatshirt or a jumper, depending on where you are in the world, you notice, like, it's one solid piece. So that's, like, what the back's going to look like. But because this is a coat, a jacket, outerwear, we need some way to get into it. So our escape route is here on the front, and that's why this is like one piece versus this makes one big piece, if that makes sense. So looking at our front piece, this is what we're working with. Now, what I love about this coat is it's got a little bit of a flare to it. So if you see, if I line up like front center. You can see that this like flares out from like the armpit. So it's going to have a really nice, it's going to be boxy, but also like flared in a good way. So I'm hoping that it fits over clothes really nicely, and it just kind of has that like bell shape, and it's just comfy cozy, because, you know, this isn't something that I'm making with like princess seams and then a voluminous skirt or anything. It's just it's an overcoat. So I like the fit of this already. I'm very excited. Again, like we did on the sleeves, there is the option right here to lengthen or shorten. I did hold this up to a pair of footy jams that Little Sprout has and kind of looked at the math, and I'm going to keep it as is. I did lengthen the sleeves. I'm keeping the body because it's already a nice length. And what the author of the pattern said was that it's meant to be really long the first year and then grow into just like, you know, a waist length coat, so that you get those 2 years out of it. I don't want it to be like trip overable length. It's just a coat. It's not like a trench coat. It's just a coat. So that's where we are with this. Now, this one's exciting because it's going to be quilted as well. Every piece is going to be quilted, but this one is going to be, if you weren't here for the fabric reveal when we talked about all the different fabrics, the front of the coat and the hood of the coat are going to be corduroy. This is... Oh, before I get there, I see in chat, does the pattern have a zipper? It does not. It has overlap for buttons. So I figure with the overlap for buttons, I have space to make a zipper, or, not that I would ever tell the client what they want, but maybe I have the opportunity to talk the client into toggles, because I would really like this to have toggles, and we'll see. So I'm going to cut it as is, because regardless, there's going to be enough in the front for either buttons or toggles or zipper. So unless I'm missing something, in which case, if you want to jump in. That said, while I ask my mom for advice, because I do love being able to do that, I wouldn't trade that for the world. I'm going to lay out my corduroy and look at which way I have the most fabric. So corduroy, if you're unfamiliar, corduroy is one of my favorite fabrics, because it's kind of like, the best way I can describe it is it's like utilitarian velvet. So it's like velvet that like is a little bit more rugged, and I love velvet. Velvet to me has that gorgeous sensory feeling, but it can be fussy. Wow, that wind is really ripping through. Corduroy has all the like delicacy of velvet, but like it's tough. It's in ridges. It has a little bit more structure to it. It's not as susceptible to damage, and so it's like, I can still be soft, but I can still like, it's not a weakness. So I don't know. This again, do I have a craft and a nerd hobby, or is this just like an analysis of my psyche? You decide. Actually, I'm gonna sneeze. There we go. Pardon that. Corduroy. So corduroy is a directional fabric. It's got what's called wales, and those are the, like, if you've ever heard like wide wale corduroy, they are the like fabric stripes, and I'm hoping the camera picks that up, but you can see this is a very thin, a very shallow wale corduroy. So it's just got, it's not kind of, you can kind of see it, the ridges in there. So I want to make sure that those are either going, I want to make sure that they are going in a very specific direction. Whether I choose to put them vertical, horizontal, or diagonal, it just needs to be intentional, because if it's just off, it's just going to look sloppy. It's one of those where it's like, pick a direction and pretend that was the right one. So I'm going to see fabric efficiency wise, because this also doesn't have a stretch. Got to check for that. Excuse me. If it's better to have them going, I'd like them to go vertically, but I also need to make sure I have enough fabric. So I think we're good. I think we are good. The only thing I don't like about corduroy is the same thing I don't like about velvet. It's hard to iron, because if you've never done this, this is a very fun kind of art experiment. If you have velvet that's not silk, so like a polyester velvet, if you iron it, it will melt, which you can use to artistic effect. So if you have like a rubber stamp, you can put a rubber stamp with the design facing up, put your velvet over the top and iron it, and it will melt where the rubber hits. So you can do really cool things, like really cool things. That said, if you're just trying to iron it for like the sake of ironing it, it's gonna melt and it's gonna be sad. So don't do that unless you're using a specific iron press board, which is cool because, okay, so like if you were to zoom in all like microscopically, velvet is just like short piles of fabric. Pile meaning like a fur. So imagine a cat. Imagine a velvet gray dapple pony if we're going to bring it full circle back to my Ren Fair costume. So you've got little velvet hairs sticking up, right? So if you were just to apply heat, they'd... and then you'd have like a clumpy plastic gross mess, right? That's why it's a no-no unless you're doing it on purpose. What a velvet board is like additional fibers that then you like Velcro your other fibers into. And then when you iron it, they stay all nice and like the right direction, and you can iron out things like this in your backing fabric, like in the back of the fabric, without destroying the velvet texture. So I'm gonna drink some water because apparently humaning is not going well for me today. There we go. I live. So that's my rant on why velvet and corduroy are the best and the worst. So they're difficult, but they're worth it. Maybe I can also be difficult and be worth it again. Are we projecting on the fabric? Maybe. So what we're gonna do is, yes. Also, Quilted Koala says it also has a nap, which is, unless I'm remembering incorrectly, have you ever like tried to draw on a chair and you notice that like if you push it one way, it's one way and then it's the other way? And like, did you ever see that meme? This is welcome to my brain. You ever see that meme where somebody like drew in a chair and they drew an entire portrait of like Gandalf? But then like the caption was just like somebody has like the weirdest butt ever because it looked like somebody just sat in the chair and it had made Gandalf. Yeah, that's funny to me. So welcome to my channel. Anyway, so this does have a bit of that. So again, you want to make sure that they're at least facing, if it's going to be a problem, to where like if my kid like rubs their hands on the coat, like does it go the right direction? So I may need to cut out both of these pieces separately. Like imagine if it was fur. If you were here for my fur cowl ones, or you want to see that on my YouTube, !socials. If you're doing fur, say you have some gorgeous fake wolf fur and you want to pet it in the right direction, you can't necessarily fold your fabric one way and guarantee that your fur is going to run the right way. So you'll need to cut both pieces out separately. If that looks like that's going to be a problem with your fabric, obviously don't fold and then just cut each piece out separately. So that's kind of like fabric. It's more complicated than you think, which is fun. I love to get into the like, why do we still work with these things if they're difficult? We do it because we love them, and fabric's pretty, and that's why quilters are like dragons and they hoard their pretty fabrics and make things out of their pretty fabrics, because guess what? It's pretty fabric. So it is gonna be fine. I'm gonna make it so that where it looks the best if my fingers are going down, because again, like kid, pocket, hand. So that's the direction I want to cut from. So thank you, actually, thank you very much for pointing that one out, because, you know, that's the thing. There's a lot to learn, and it's good to have a support team. And that's my song. So we're going to do the same thing where we, you know, maneuver over so that we get the most out of it, but, you know, also give ourselves, like, grace and space and all sorts. I feel like I'm zoomed in a little bit. I'm not. Okay. It's just big pieces of fabric today. Oh, it's because I got the ironing board. Just kidding. It's like, why can't I see my whole table? Because I got out equipment. Alright, so same thing on these. Adjust the fabric. Make sure that you have a mirrored piece, pin, and go. So this will also have to be lined. So this is where it gets fun, because with clothing, like, you can have, like, fun little peekaboos, especially, like, okay, this is a kid's coat, so, like, is she always going to have it pristinely buttoned up? Probably not. She's probably going to have it open. So, like, neat opportunity to line the front panels with something fun, because then if she has her coat flapping open, then it's like, hey, that was intentional, look, I put that there. And then if it is buttoned up, well, then it's like just another extra layer of like comfy secret. Like, hey, you got more geese with you. So I'll have to decide what I want to line this in. Not that there's any problem or like no shame in picking something more plain for the lining too. I feel like it's kind of like socks. Some people love knowing that their like crisp white socks will coordinate with anything they wear. And some of us like to wear wild socks, knowing that like no matter how buttoned up and professional we look on the outside, surprise, there's wild socks underneath. Mine have Christmas llamas. I'm a sock person. I am in chat. Quilting Koala says, "Am I quilting the corduroy?" I will. Now, probably not. I'm still debating on whether I'm putting a full layer of batting, and that again is the fluffy stuff. It might not need it because corduroy is thick already. I don't want this to be too heavy of a coat. But the sleeves will be quilted and have batting in them because, you know, arms get cold, especially scrawny little arms. My arms get cold. But my body doesn't as much, which was always like a problem because I love vests, but I'm like, cool, that doesn't solve the like extremity problem. Like these little fingers, they get cold. Plus I have like terrible blood circulation. So I will be quilting the corduroy to answer your question. Whether or not it gets a layer of batting and then a backing, or if it just gets a backing and then gets quilted through, that's where technically something could be quilted without it being the proper 3 layers. But shush, we're allowed to break the rules. We know the rules, so it's all good. Just remember that quilting is actually the act of putting all those layers together. And that is a fun way where you can make like a lighter quilt. Like say you want to make a quilt for the summer, and you're like me, and it gets to be 120 degrees Fahrenheit, you can make a quilt that's just like the 2 layers. It doesn't have to have like wool and stuff inside it. It doesn't have to be outfitted for the Arctic, although they're cozy. Which is funny because like I always love the different weights of quilts. Like my mom's got some that is like they were weighted blankets before weighted blankets were a thing. They are beastie. And then there's some others that are just like so light and fluffy. I've got one, of course I've like buried it under stuff, that has 2 layers of wool batting. So like, you know, if a normal quilt is like this, she's like this thick, and then I hand quilted it so it really pulled in, and it's like a waffle. Like, you know, have you ever had one of those bubble waffles? It's like that, but a quilt. So we're going to get our fronts. Oh, this is such a delightful piece of corduroy. So again, I'm going to be giving myself some slack around the edges here, and then I'm also going to try and line up my corduroy so that it looks like I know what I'm doing. You know, just if all else fails, I'm pretending I know what I'm doing. That's really the long and short of it. I'm actually going to flip this piece. It doesn't really matter which edge is where. It's more, I just want to remember what this piece is called. And so if I have the words facing up, then guess what? The words face up. So there we go. I'm gonna stab some pins through. What's nice about having this mat on the table as well is, in addition to protecting my table, it also just kind of makes the pins glide and I don't catch on the wood underneath. So it's just... And if you weren't here earlier, I was talking about how gloriously nerdy these mats are, because it's a 1-inch grid, which works really well for tabletop games. So if you play D&D or Pathfinder or anything, you could have a craft mat that also doubles as a battlefield. And in case you didn't catch that from the giant rant and glorious discussion on Ren Fairs, we geeky here, and I am quite proud of that fact now. So we started today by building a Lego set, and then we got into this, talked about pattern making, and talked about Ren Fairs and how I want to be a pony. I want to be a centaur. Like life goals, I want to make a centaur costume, like a working, like my legs move with my human legs and I'm dressed as half a horse. I get to be my own whole cowboy. I want to be a pony. So, okay, I'm going to be trimming off the selvage edge here. So like if you're questioning why it looks like I'm cutting both layers in the middle of both layers, I am trimming off the selvage, which the selvage is this nifty little edge on our fabric that was part of the production process. It's like what gripped as they were weaving it. And it can be very useful, and sometimes it can also just get in the way, and so I'm cutting it off. A lot of times you don't really keep it in your fabric just because it's a different texture and consistency. It tends to be stiffer. But if you work here for the beginning, it's a lot of times, especially on like quilting fabric, it's where you're going to find all your like designer info. So it's kind of like that glorious first page in the book that tells what edition your book is and where it was published and all that. It's like the information page of your fabric. So that is your selvage. See this folded over a bit, but I'm trying to not have to iron this because, like I said, it doesn't play very nicely with the iron. This won't melt. This is a at least a blend. If you're unfamiliar with what fabric you are working with and don't know if it's a cotton or a polyester, aka if you don't know if it'll melt or not, you can do what's called the burn test. And so very safely you'll take a scrap of fabric and hold it to a flame and see how it reacts. If it melts, guess what? It's got plastic in it, and that's totally fine. Again, any material is fine material. If it turns to soot, if it doesn't melt, if it just burns, it's a natural fiber. So your cottons, your hemps, etc., etc. If it does some sort of weird mix in the middle, it's probably a blend. That's important to know if you don't buy, like say you get your fabric from a thrift store or secondhand, or you trade with a friend, or, you know, I don't know, goblins in the night bringing fabric. It's important to know so that you don't, again, it's about preserving your work. If you do a beautiful garment and you haven't ironed it and then you finished it and you go to press it to wear it the first time and it melts, that would be tragic. It is tragic. Let me just tell you, it is tragic. It's happened before. We've bought fabric that was mislabeled right off the bolt. My poor mom. She was in clothing and textiles. I'm going to tell your story, Mom. It was in a clothing and textiles class and in college, and she had to make a garment, and her nerd child made her life even more difficult by saying, "Mother dearest, for your project, for your ridiculous garment construction project, can you help me with a cosplay?" And this cosplay was a school uniform that was obviously designed by somebody who had never had to make clothing, because it was a double-breasted sailor collar, which means it was a fancy collar that came down, had specifically like etched out designs, and then had to turn into a sailor collar in the back. Those two don't normally play well together. Normally a double-breasted collar has a curved neck, not a sailor collar neck. So this person obviously thought, well, this looks cool, and I don't have to make it, so I'm just gonna draw it, which I get. I'm also an artist. I've done that. So like there's always that like, whoops, I hope no one ever has to cosplay this. But anyway, so that was that. So she made this, and it had like, it was this blouse, it had these cuffs on the sleeves that were ridiculous and pretty much could like support a small civilization with how stiff they had to be. And she went to iron it, and it melted because the fabric was mislabeled. So all that work just gone because the fabric was mislabeled. And so like, yeah, you know these things, and like you could be taught these things, but like test your fabric or iron a scrap first, or like that's why we pre-wash, that's why we pre-shrink, that's why we try to circumvent more problems, because goodness gracious, there can be a lot even when you're like just trying to do it normally. So there's our cautionary tale, like learn from us so that this doesn't happen to you. Also, sorry Mom, your daughter's always been a geek. Okay, so I'm gonna fold some fabric like a responsible little, instead of like burying and entombing myself in fabric over here. This is me also like trying to not be the like hot mess person that I've always been, and trying to take care and clean up after myself and not wait till the end. There we go. Doesn't have to be perfect, it just has to have intent. So I'm trying to decide what I want to line the coat with, because that's, again, it could be a fun peekaboo. I could do it the same as the sleeves for continuity's sake. I could just self-line it with corduroy, because then if it's open, it's just the same color. So let's think on that and see what other pieces we have to grab, because that way I can procrastinate on that decision for a second. So what gets really fun in the back, and I'll tell you why I've been putting this one. Oh, hats off to you. All right, let me get a hat. Can I reach one? Yes, I can. It's cowboy time. So if you are new to the channel, or new to Twitch, or just, want to listen to me over-explain things, you have bus tokens, which are my channel's channel points. So you'll see down by the chat, you have the ability to collect points, and those allow me to do things like hydrate and change hats. So one of the ones that I just think is really fun is called Hats Off to You, in which case you use your channel points, which are arbitrary, and we just use them for fun. They're free. They don't affect anything but the fun, and I put on a hat. So, hat. Thank you, Ink Rabbit, for redeeming Hats Off to You and keeping it interesting. I'm realizing I'm wearing a headband, and that's why this feels weird. It's just questioning my entire, self. Okay, so back to what I was doing. The back of this is going to be cut in two pieces. Sorry, it's going to be cut in one piece. So it's going to be this, and then magically, mirrored, because we're going to cut it on the fold. So we got a little bit of, origami proprioception over here, okay? In addition, I want to put patchwork on this coat. So what I'm going to be doing is taking my great big book of everything and putting, we marked them, so let me find it. Ow, I just paper cut myself. Okay, don't ow, that was pretty impressive, actually. I have been wounded. Minus 10 HP. Where is it? It's one of these. So what happens? Oh, it's this one. Okay. We're going to be putting this block, ow, in the back of the quilt. So this one happens to be called Woven Ribbons. This is a classic quilt block. You can see it here in two colorways, and this is from the book 101 Full-Size Quilt Blocks and Borders by Better Homes and Gardens. So there we go. There's your dose of cottagecore content for the day. This quilt block is in my Discord. Like I said earlier, what I did was, because I was working with my daughter on this, and I really wanted it to be everything she dreamed, I wanted to make sure that she could fully visualize what this grayscale block would look like with her fabric. Because, it's one thing to see it here in red, it's another to see it in yellow, but, in all of the blues and the pinks and the whites, what's it going to look like? So what we did was I took a photo of this, took it on my iPad, went into a program called Procreate, and we drew the fabric. Can I bring that up? Give me 2 seconds. I might actually be able to show y'all. Yes, maybe I can. Now you get to see my ear. Let's see, can I? You know what? I'm just gonna unplug my iPad and do it the old-fashioned way. Okay, so this is the quilt block, and what I had her do, and me, was I drew out the pieces, and then she put the geese in, which just makes my heart so happy. So those are her little geese, but you can see that it's the same block. But now, if you were to hold this up with all of our fabrics, you can tell, oops, this one is the yellow right there. And then the pink geese, the blue geese, the geese. Sorry, I had my iPad as an extra screen, and then it just realized it wasn't connected, so it's doing the thing. So anyway, you can see right here that I've got this quilt block and then this design. And that reminds me, we actually did a whole mock-up of the quilt coat itself. So give me 2 seconds. So this is what that's going to look like. So the quilt block's going to be on the back, and then the corduroy front, the white sleeves, the pixie hood. Now this is with the old pattern, so it's same but different. It's still going to have a hood. It's still going to have the quilt block. So what I need to do in the next, sorry, I totally sliced my finger. What I need to do before I get too much farther along, and see, this is where I very, very much overcomplicated this, which I'm not complaining about. It's just a statement. I will need to make up this actual patchwork block and put it on the back of this. So it's going to be true to size. So if you were to imagine, this quilt block is going to be on about half of the quilt, or half of the back. So you can see how it's going to just be here. Got to make that up first though, and then this gets into the, you take it and you need to make it one piece so then you can cut it back out. So I will have to make that quilt block first, then sew it into fabric, and then cut off the extra so that I have the back shaped piece so that I can make this into a patchwork quilt coat, which I'm quite excited about. And like, yes, this is a lot of effort, but I'm excited, and it's a project, so that's what's fun about all of this, is you just kind of get to do things. So that's where we are with this. So I can't cut out this piece of fabric yet because it's going to have a 12 by 12. I think this is a 12 by 12. Yeah, let's just, yeah, it's a 12 by 12. It's a 12 by 12 block. So that's going to need to go inside of this. And then I need to decide what fabric the back's going to be. Probably corduroy. But there's no point in cutting it all out of corduroy because I'm going to cut a 12-inch block out of the back of it, if that is making sense. So that's kind of where this is farther than I got with the other quilt. I mean, the other pattern. But there's been a lot of like thinking behind the scenes of just like the logistics of it all because it's a lot. I'm just gonna like not get up for a second but make myself a band-aid, which now reminds me that I need to keep a first aid kit in here because I legitimately sliced my finger, and so with a piece of tape and a piece of batting we now don't have blood on camera. There we go, we solved it. We're good at things. But yeah, my point being that, not to say I don't know what the next step is, but I know that I will need to make that whole quilt block. I know that I then need to construct the back. So the back kind of gets set to the side and we need to investigate what pieces we still have left. And that's kind of where this gets complicated. So we still have the pixie hood. We don't need that one. We do need the button strip. And we don't need the collar. So now I will definitely double check the pattern just to make sure that it's not like, oh, attach the pixie hood to the collar or whatever. But big picture, I think that's kind of where we are with this. So I'm just gonna check my reference since I got it out. Okay, so I had planned on the hood also being corduroy, but lined with the same blue so that there's like a fun peekaboo. And since I've got it up, one of the things too is instead of just a regular pocket, I want to do either a patchwork or an applique. Patchwork is when you take pieces of fabric and you sew them together and like the seams are on the inside, you don't see them, and it's like what you would think of as far as quilting goes. Applique is where you take a flat piece and then you add other flat pieces and stitch around the flat pieces. It's a little bit more fragile, or it can be a little bit more fragile than patchwork, but it's nice for like things like hearts. So when Little Sprout picked like this design, I could make the star out of patchwork and the hearts out of applique and mix the two together. I'll have to see what size pocket, because there is a pocket pattern. Harry pocketed it. There is a pocket pattern, and I think it's about yay big, so we'll see. They might end up just being a feature fabric because it'd be fun visual interest. They might end up being patchwork. It's really just going to come down to visually what's worth the effort, and will it like really even show, especially with such busy fabrics. Like if I do a bunch of tiny patchwork, it might not even really show. So I want her to be happy with it, of course, like that's priority number one, but I also want to make sure that the work that is put in is worth like the time we're spending on it. But I think just the patchwork block on the back is going to be very, very sweet. Very sweet. So like I said, I am massively overcomplicating this because I am not only making it quilted, which then means each pattern piece gets cut out 3 times and then sandwiched and everything, but then of course on the back I'm putting patchwork because I can. So let's cut out the pixie hood because I at least know that it is, there we go, going to be corduroy on the outsides. I can't pick up anything today now. I have no fingernails. There we go. It's at least going to be corduroy on the outside, and then we will decide where we go from there. So this is where, again, you kind of have to look at the nap of the fabric and the direction of the wales and etc., etc., so that it doesn't, you know, leave funny marks. So I also have some linen out because originally I was going to make myself a quilt coat out of linen and patchwork, and I'm still going to do it. I hit a roadblock. My thought was, and this was right when I started my YouTube channel, I was like, I'll make a quilt coat for me, and I'll do a video on it. And then as I was working on it, Little Sprout was like, can I have one? And I was like, yeah, of course. But then I hit a massive snag on mine. I had a shifting issue with my presser foot, or my walking foot, sorry, on my machine, and my quilting went awry, and I have to unpick almost more than's worth it on my jacket. So kind of when I switched to Twitch, I'm still doing both, again, exclamation point socials in both. It was more of a, like, I'll just do hers, and I'll worry about mine since I was filming that for YouTube. I will worry about that later, and so it's nice to just be working on hers, but my stuff's mixed in with it because they're, like, the same project, and I'm like, oh, it would be nice to have that coat. So I'm hoping that if I am able to finish hers and just kind of remotivate myself, kind of get out of my own head, figure out what's worth doing, that I can go back to my coat, because it's going to be really pretty. It's got a ton of patchwork, a ton. The entire back is like little half square triangles, and very, very cute. It's called, I don't know, bread basket or kitchen sink or something cottagey and adorable. Look at how sweet that is going to be. I'm going to lay this out again. I will probably again quilt the hood, but probably not put batting in it, just for less bulk. Because it gets cold here, but not like, you know, not like Arctic. It's mostly the wind. We have some wind where we are, so it's mostly wind protection. Just keep those little ears warm. But look at how sweet this little pointed pixie hood is. It's going to be very darling. So I think what's going to happen is, just looking at the pieces that I still have left, thinking, I will probably just finish cutting out this hood and leave that for the night, because I normally stream till 5 and it's 6:18, so that's fun. Not worried about the schedule too much, just a statement. Like, time definitely flies when you're having fun, and I have no complaints there. But more so of since I sliced my finger on a book, like, all these sharp objects, and it's the book that does me in. I'm like, go figure. And I'm running out of pins, and I have to make patchwork. Probably a good point to stop for the night. So it's always really exciting, though, to get to a good stopping point, because that means we're doing things. And we got to a point where I went, yes, I can rest for the evening. So make sure you guys are also resting for the evening. I know that tonight is New Year's Eve, which just kind of hit me in that weird way, because I don't really do New Year's. I mean, like, we try to have parties and stuff, but I don't know. I'm not, like, I think it's more just, I like to just kind of be introspective at this point, and don't really have, like, concrete plans for big party. I don't do big parties, especially, like, now during all this, but I don't know. I like to just kind of focus on quiet and figuring out, like, resolutions are hard, because it's like, it's just, tomorrow is just tomorrow. It doesn't have to be a big shattering deal, but I also fully respect the, like, pull of a deadline, of a new change, of a new leaf being flipped. So, like, I like to make a couple, like, New Year's resolutions, but it's more so I like to just build, if anything. I know I magically can't change everything, just because there's a new day on the calendar, but more so, like, just, okay, what did I do right this year, and what can I keep building on? which is why I'm trying to do things like folding my fabric up and not just living in a pile, because I know I'm easily distractible and I want to be better just for myself, if anything. So regardless, I hope that if you make New Year's resolutions, the best of luck with them. I definitely yay, personal growth. If you don't, I respect that as well. I know that sometimes just surviving is enough, honestly. So don't be too hard on yourself if you've got a lot going on. And with that, like I said, I'll probably end the stream real soon. I am open and welcome to chatting. If you guys have any questions before I wrap up, they are very, very welcomed. And next time I stream this project, I'll be doing the patchwork. So if you've ever wanted to learn how to do quilt patchwork, that'll be coming up in the next segment. It will not be tomorrow though, because tomorrow is Saturday, which means it's Catherine's Unapologetic Nerd Hour, which right now is thematically, alliteratively Star Wars Saturday. We made our sub goal, which I'm thrilled about. So we will be playing some vintage 1999 LucasArts edutainment in the Yoda's Challenge Activity Center for Windows 95-98. So if you would like a very retro blast to the past that's also Star Wars themed, that's what we're going to be playing tomorrow. And then we'll probably jump back on KOTOR, which is Knights of the Old Republic, the game we've been playing through for the last month. So that is the plan for tomorrow. But I also stream on Sundays. So Sunday we will be back to the Goose Coat, and we'll be doing that patchwork block and just kind of getting as far along with it as we can. So thank you for joining us. A huge shout out to the new subscribers, the new followers. Thank you so much. Also the hosters, that was super cool. So thank you for that. And we're going to see real quickly if anybody else is online that we can share the love to. And it doesn't look like there is, so I'll just be going to the ending screen here in a bit. If you have any questions about what I do, why I do it, what I do it with, you're welcome to ask here in chat, or !Discord or !Socials. That'll lead you to Discord, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, the works. Definitely happy to hang out with y'all on any part of my little corner of the internet. And yeah, join the Discord and share with us what you're working on too, because we want to see it. So as always, it's been an absolute pleasure. My name is Catherine. Thank you for joining me on board the bus. Bus's doors are always open. You're welcome on board anytime. And I hope you have a wonderful, wonderful evening, a very safe, very happy New Year's, and I will see you all in 2022. So take care and have a wonderful, wonderful night. And I will see you next time.